In a couple weeks, we'll be back doing that activity, whatever we're gonna end up doing. I like my choice of background there. I don't know, I needed something. That'll probably end up being filled with whatever activity we're doing. Because this would be the gaming screen. Got the chat that replay, but the chat right there. And I can switch back and forth now. Of course, you didn't really see a difference there. I think I got them set up identically. Of course, I don't have Discord opened, but there's the Discord zine. If it were to be open. And I got the layers problem figured out. So, anyway, what to talk about in an impromptu live stream that I didn't plan to do or anything like that. Just kind of spontaneously came up, and I thought I'd do this before I go to bed. So I just want to really quickly check to make sure that the voice is coming through. I go to bed. I'm trying out a different one. Yeah, okay. Looks fine. Sounds fine, rather. Not looks fine, but sounds fine. There was one comment that I was thinking about, and maybe I shouldn't give it, like, a lot of attention, but if y'all remember, I had, like a hate comment about how my subliminals were, hurting people, or at least the claim was, and it wasn't. So, you know, because I'm not a hateful person, I'm a loving person. I want to help all of you achieve your goals and become what it is you want to be, or improve whatever you want to improve in your lives. I don't know if I can, I might have to like do this on the fly to get this particular comment up just for reference. Yeah, I didn't expect anyone to comment, but just kind of checking. At least I can see right on the chat if anyone pops in. Then that'll start populating. And of course, it crops some of that off too. But anyway, as I was saying, yeah, I might want to consider getting more RAM. I'm sorry, I'm going off of the rails in my what I was about to say. I just want to check something really quick. Well, my RAM isn't even maxed out. I'm only using 28%. Why am I getting so much cursor drag? I don't know. This is weird. But as I was saying, I want to pull up this comment, and I might have to do it on the fly to put it into the live stream. And like I said, I probably shouldn't even be giving this like attention, but you know, it's just kind of one of those things that I just want to, I don't know if this would actually, you know, break this kind of thing from happening again. I know YouTube's kind of a cesspool sometimes, full of people that just want to hate and troll. And my channel, as it grows, is probably going to just get more and more of that attention I don't want. I mean, no one wants that. But I may have to like add this in my OBS to bring this particular comment up. Because I can just read and skim through it, or I can put it up here so you can see it. Hold on a second. Just need to add it really quick. And Allie, I have some responses for you to make, but I might be making them a bit later today instead. And I don't see that you've joined in too, as she might be asleep. Pretty much everyone might be asleep. Okay, what am I doing here? Okay. Oh, it's been a long day. Okay, window capture. There we go. Um, let's see. Let's call this comments just for, I might have to change this later anyway. Um, okay. I'm gonna hit okay. And, no, I need to separate this particular page off of there because I don't want to, I don't want to have like all my tabs on there. Okay, there we go. Now you can see the kind of things I tend to watch sometimes. But yeah, I've got the comment up, but I want to get it off of my on my page and then crop it. So, okay, let's just go to the video in question where this is at, and I'll just find it there. Which we don't need to hear anything. Put that up there, and let's scroll down here. Okay, there it is right there. Let me go ahead. I want to crop this out though. I don't think we need to see the entire window. If I can, okay, I need to be in my OBS window, not over there. Okay. I just bought some monitor stands so that I can make this a bit easier. Now, so I don't have to look over here at this other monitor. Because that right there is part of the reason why I don't do live streams too much. Because I have to turn my head and I have to look over here at this other monitor that's to my right. And instead of having them on a couple of arms right out in front of me, I could just glance a bit to my right instead of turning all the way to the right. All right, so okay, we got a crop pretty much. I just want to make this bigger now. Not too big, otherwise it'll crop her off of there. We don't want that. Oops, we don't want to move my background scene either. That's the problem with this thing. It's like, I'm not used to doing all this stuff on the fly on here. It's nice to have these templates set up ahead of time. Okay, I think that's good enough, and we'll just expand this out a little bit so you can see the rest of it. Though obviously I did not hit the like button on this because the gist of what this person is saying, and this goes to the other hate comment I got, so I'm gonna count this one kind of as a hate comment. And I do have a couple moderators. Rachel's a moderator, and Allie's a moderator now using her channel, and they have my permission to like delete these things as they see them within 24 hours. Basically, that's how I'm treating it. If no one can prove anything they're saying within 24 hours, these can go away. I mean, I'm not trying to be like a censorship person. I believe in free speech, and you're allowed to say what you want to me. You can accuse me of things if that's what you want to do. If that's what you want to do, go ahead. But if you're going to make an accusation, what I want you to do, what I really need you to do, is to prove your accusation. I need you to go to my Discord, and the links, you know, you can find it. I'm not kidding. It's on my about section. I got a invite link there that never expires. You can go on my Discord. You can have a one-on-one chat with me. You can bring forward your evidence. And like the last person, I said, hey, if you prove anything you've said, I'll voluntarily shut my channel down. That's what I'll do. Because I never want to hurt anybody. And I never set out to intend to hurt anybody. When I create subliminal affirmations, they're all positive. And when a person listens to one of my creations, they're not being forced to do anything that they don't want to do. And positive messages, things like, I'm embracing my feminine spirit. I'm allowing my feminine spirit to transform my body into the female I was meant to be. Those kind of things that you can hear in my latest past altering. Oh, and speaking of which, I don't want to detract too much, but the female to male past altering will be out maybe this weekend. No guarantees though. I got projects around the house I got to catch up on. Like, for instance, I got this window ledge that's kind of coming away from my house a bit. I can't afford to pay a contractor to do anything about it. So I'm going to try to spray foam in it, sand it down, and then maybe take some cement patch over the top and hope that's good. I just don't know what else to do. I can't afford to fix anything. That's why it'd be really wonderful if I could have some more financial support from my channel. I don't beg for it though, and I'm not trying to do that right now. But I had it figured that if every single person on my channel, like I got over 700 subscribers right now, and if all of you would have given me $1, I would have $700. That would really help me pay like a contractor to fix something like that. And I could have an easier time at this because I'm really struggling financially. And I tend to be too proud to even ask people for anything. I try to do everything myself, and I try to keep going and going and going, but it's getting quite ridiculous right now with what I'm dealing with. And that's not to mention though, if everyone gave me $5, I would be even better off on 700 subscribers. But I never really started out this channel to be making money. That I didn't look at it as a business. I was trying to help, but I would totally give up my real, job I'm working right now, my full-time job, and I would do this full-time if I had enough money sustainably from it, because that's how much I believe in this sort of thing. But yeah, I'm getting off track. Where was I? Proof, right? People need to prove what they're saying. So that was the whole problem. Yeah, I really derailed myself there. That can happen. I'm kind of scatterbrained like that. I tend to like go off the rails when I'm trying on one point. When it's a lot easier. I found when someone helps me focus. When we were doing my last live stream that we actually planned out, I was able to stay on topic for the most part, even if I did have a slight tangent. But more direct answering the questions. But I don't know how much I want to rant on this anyway. I might actually think about answering a few of the comments that I got on my latest videos to end this off too, but I want to deal with this right here. Okay, so this is another thing in the vein of what I was talking about, but this one comes in the veil, it seems, of an angel, right? An angel getting God's word and talking about cults. And I suspect this could have been the same person that I blocked from my channel when they couldn't prove it. But this sounds kind of like a threat to me. Like, you're gonna... that I'm damned because because I dare to help people or try to help people by creating these things and all. And I'm a pretty small cookies channel in a sense compared to some of the people out there. I've seen people with more subscribers than I've got. I've seen people with much more of a following, if you will. But I don't want to use any words that would indicate cult-like things. But I don't know. Following could be taken the wrong way. It's not necessarily cult-like of a word. There's followers on Twitter, but we wouldn't call them... well, I guess maybe you could call some of them a cult or something. But... I don't know. But this sounds like somebody who's trying to say that they've got the word from God, that this entire channel is a cult and I'm a cult leader, basically, without directly accusing me of being a cult leader, but saying that anyone on my channel that listens to my stuff is going to be damned to hell because they do so. That kind of thing. And they don't, and it comes across kind of a message of, well, I'm trying to warn you. I'm trying to be nice and try to warn you, but it's kind of almost a thinly veiled threat towards me in a sense, like you're dams and whatever. So I basically, and I'm not going to expand out my replies, but because I'm going to summarize right here. What I said was basically what I was just talking about earlier. They need to actually prove to me that what I'm doing is, number one, a cult. Like, you need to define what the word cult means. You need to apply that towards my channel and try to prove my channel is that sort of thing. Number two, prove I'm doing anything to hurt anybody with intention or otherwise. The with intention part is the most important part of this, though, because if you could prove I intend to hurt anybody, then I don't deserve my channel, nor do I deserve any of the love or praise that anyone's been giving me. And I'm sure somebody would take that out of context and clip out the parts to make me sound like I just said I don't deserve anything, because there are people that are stupid and evil out there that'll do that. But to me, if you were to clip that part out, it might make me sound a bit humble, which I totally am. You know, I'm not like full of myself on my own creations, because sometimes I even doubt their effectiveness. Because when I use them on me, sometimes I don't get some of the amazing results that other people do. So, or seem to. Yet some. I totally got some though. But when I hear about people having much more amazing things happening to them, I'm happy for them, of course, but then I guess it comes down to personal experience. You know, you have to experience it for yourself before you believe it sometimes, which I think is the heart of the problem. And I'm gonna totally maybe piss off some people by saying this. I'm not trying to do that, though. It's not my intention, but we talk about cults. Sub-religions can be very cult-like. They can have a mentality where if their holy text says a certain thing, that it's gospel truth, that there's no debating it, and they will damn anyone in the name of their God if anything in their holy text could even be taken in such a way to damn somebody, and to be mean to them, to give them a hard time. It's almost like some people need an excuse to be evil, and they use their book to justify it in the name of good. That's basically the best way to summarize it. We go towards homosexuality and the transgender issue, which I am trans. I'm just not out to my family, which is why I even have to use this AI voice in the first place. Yeah, so in a sense, I am hiding behind an AI voice in a sense, but I don't want anyone out there to be hearing the way I truly sound right now, because it doesn't represent how I truly am, and I've always hated my own voice. My female voice, when I've got it, I'd like it to sound somewhat like this one or the one I was using before. But yeah, there I go, losing track again. where was I even talking about? Are we still talking about? Okay, let me just put it this way. Religion, you're free to believe what you want to believe, you know? I'm not one of those people who are going to say, like, anyone who believes in something is automatically evil, because that's basically what is being done to me. I'm not saying that if you're a Christian, you're just looking to hate people. I just saying some people in Christianity and other religions tend to hate people and use their book to justify it, and they pretend it's in the name of good. And they act like they are the executioner of their God, and it's up to them to force their views on another person. And force at all, in my humble opinion, is evil. Any sort of force whatsoever towards another person. Religion would work best if we all put it in our own personal box and we personally believed it. If we found a bunch of people that believe the same thing, sure, go ahead and congregate in a building. Go ahead and worship and have devotion towards whatever God you prefer. But don't turn around and expect people who don't believe that to do the same and then get all indignant and evil towards them and try to force your views upon them and everyone else just because you believe what you believe. I mean, my own channel, for instance, if I treated my channel like some religions treat their religion, I would be like the pot calling the kettle black here. But I'm totally not. I don't force this on anyone. I try to, spread a little bit the word about how this might work and how people could help change their lives by using this particular tool. What's really going on, I think, in the subliminal messaging and in in your brain, your subconscious, your conscious, everything of the total being that is you using this tool. The why of attraction, some would call it. You attract things to you that you already have, like a magnet. So if you act as if you are something or have something, you keep attracting more of that to you. It's why some people wonder why they have a difficult time getting rid of the negative forces around them. Well, if you surround yourself with negative forces, all you're going to keep getting is negative forces. Like me at work, I have some negative bosses that just do nothing but constantly rant about how terrible our employees that work under us are. Even my bosses are even racist to a certain extent. And it bothers me too. But it's an awkward situation because even though I myself am not racist, I can't really speak up and tell them to stop talking the way they're talking because, number one, they're my bosses, and that would cause an awkward work environment for me to take them on like that. And number two, I'm not about controlling other people's speech and forcing them to believe what I do. I personally have the impression, oh yeah, they would totally do a complete turnaround about what they think about me if I came out as trans and told them I feel more like a female, even though I look like a male completely right now. Well, in most ways, I mean, there's been some change, but you know what I mean. But I would be their number one target to pick on. So that's why it's hard to be out to them. And then I got family it's hard to be out to. But I can't very well just control what people think and say. I mean, the only person I can control is myself. So I deal with it. And I tolerate it to a certain extent. But my personal opinion on people is I don't care what your skin color is. I don't care what gender you identify as. Those things don't matter to me. What matters to me is, are you a good person? Are you somebody who cares about like other people and what your actions would do to them? You know, I think that's a great way to look at morality myself. And no one needs religion to be moral, because I think it boils down to asking yourself a very simple question. If my actions I'm taking against this person would be something I would like to have happen to me. For instance, would I like to be dead? No, probably not. You know, there are exceptions. Some people want to be dead. I mean, there's exceptions to everything, but we can't make the exception the rule. So if the answer is no, you don't want to be dead, you don't want to be going out and killing that person. Would I like to be punched in the face? No, so I shouldn't go punch that person. You know, for instance, those are some examples. Would I like it if somebody stole my car? No, then I shouldn't go steal their car. You know, you get my point. That's how you decide what moral is. And even though there's going to be some people that are contrarian and they disagree, with what I'm saying, I think that's not to be too repetitive, but I think that's the way to look at it. So, yeah, just take that into consideration. And at the end of the day, it's up to each and every one of you to decide what kind of person I am. Have I put any of my stuff behind a paywall? I put out free stuff. You know, everything on this channel is free. Many of you have even gotten the benefit of people who have actually paid for something themselves, and that's been put up for free on this channel when they made a personal request. But the personal requests have never been I haven't required anyone to pay for them at all. I just put out the option because I was getting such a heavy backlog of requests, and I'm like, well, maybe some people want to be pushed to the front of the line. If they pay a bet, maybe I can get there. Maybe I can find a way to make that happen, you know? And of course, if someone's going to pay me some money to do something, it will make me move a bit faster on it, despite my problems around trying to fix things around the house and my busy work schedule. I'll find time and I'll make sure that your paid requests are done, you know? But then I got into this pattern where the free requests just kept getting pushed back, and then I'd even taken a few requests since then, even though I had shut them down, because I don't want to keep rejecting people. It hurts me to keep doing that. But I'm not going to get caught up on the free requests until I actually start knocking them out one by one. And I need some of your help out there. You know, I put a community post out. If you made a request to me some time ago and you remember that you did, and you no longer want it, you can let me know and I'll remove it from my request board. That way, somebody who does want their request will get theirs quicker. Because if I make something that isn't wanted anymore, it's a waste of my time, and it makes other people wait. But I want to get everyone who requested, ideally, I want their request to be done. And it might be that I have to do like a prioritize. I might have to prioritize them as in the way that the lookalike requests that don't require a lot of extra tinkering are the ones I'm going to do first. And if that means I got to push a more complex one aside, that's what I'll do. And I don't want to do that to make anyone angry, but if I knock out a lot of the ones that are simpler, I can shrink the list down and get some of these caught up a lot quicker. A lot of the requests have tended to be a past altering request anyway. And now that I've got the final formula in place, I can knock those out quicker if I was going that route. So that's an option. Yeah. You know, I'm actually kind of surprised that nobody popped in here yet. I thought maybe one straggler might see me going and go, you know, I'll join. Well, maybe someone did. I don't know. Oh, there is someone here. Okay, I guess yeah, that was being cropped off, so I didn't see it. All right. Hi, Jennifer. Didn't mean to ignore you there. Like I said, see, I got this, the way I had set the chat up, I didn't expect it to be cropping anybody out. There, that's probably the best I can do. Yeah, glad you agree with me on the our religion aspect of things. Let me try here. So where was I? You remember where I was at, Jennifer? You were just to me. If you can remind me. This can be a problem sometimes. I was on the track of request, was it? Yeah. So, yes, suffice it to say, I'll figure something out with that. Gonna try to address some of these chats, or not the chats, but the comments. Might be easier if I go to my creator studio to do this, though. Even though they're right there in the speech bubble, or the bell speech bubble. What am I talking about? Do you guys mind misspeaking? And I've knocked out quite a few of these recently. Is that putting up Freighter Studios comments, or I think it might be. Of course, I forget that I gotta actually uncrop that so I can see them. All right, so I'm gonna totally butcher this one on the pronunciation. Out of tangents, why is it pronunciation instead of pronunciation? That always bothered me. We don't pronounce words, we pronounce them. But okay, so what is this? Adonir Diaz da Silva. That would be my best one. Okay, so Adonir says, "Hello, Bethany. Explain me better questions." This would be the response to the Fudanari transformation one I just put out. Is unisex and the person will have both male and female or reproductive organs fully functional? Yes, that is the idea behind that as I understand it. I'm not totally familiar with the Fudanari thing. It actually came up brand new to me as a concept. I mean, it's not like I haven't heard of hermaphrodites before, but I didn't know that there was a special name for that in the community. Other than that, hermaphrodite word. And they would actually be a true hermaphrodite, so they have fully functional organs. So yes, that's the answer to that. Two, in case for a man, will you also have the desired complete female body structure? Again, the answer is yes, as I understand that, because a Futanari actually is, they have the appearance overall as a female, basically, aside from both genitalia. So, the way that I made the subliminal was that you could hide that extra part, and you would appear to be fully female to everyone that you didn't want to see the true form. So assuming the script works and you do get that transformation, that's what you'd be facing, is the option on it. As far as your mental part there goes, that's entirely up to you. But I do find, if you're going to, my theory is, I mean, I could be wrong, but if you're going to change your body to overall feminine in appearance, your mindset might need to be of the feminine nature. Might be. But this type of concept of the Futanari would be like, pretty much perfect, I think, for non-binary people in a sense. Because you would have both representations of both sexes in that form. But it may not work for everyone as non-binary, because there might be a non-binary that actually prefers more of a masculine appearance almost. So, yeah, I guess it's more up to you. I mean, anything with a subliminal kind of is up to you. But the more you gross yourself in the parts of what you're trying to do, in that form that you're trying to take, the better. But yeah, I'd say feminine would probably be more what you are. I've seen depictions of this as I was doing the research that kind of took it that way, except obviously if you got the extra part, it would add a bit less femininity in there. If that makes any sense. Okay, so in this case, female organ, how will it be together with the male? I think it's kind of hard to describe this with being safe on YouTube, but let me think here. The way that it's depicted, your male parts would be where they're basically at already, but you would also have the female parts where they're supposed to be. Without saying too much more, I think that would be kind of what explains it. I know biology would probably say that sounds kind of impossible, and in my head, I kind of think it seems unlikely as well, but if you believe anything is possible, like I do, my mind's not closed to this somehow working. Because what I understand about biology right now, that would be very hard to have that actually be present, which is why you don't find true hermaphrodites in biology, typically speaking. There are people who have disorders that have developed them, and I think that's the correct word, disorders, because it's not the normal development of the males and females where you have present parts of one and then the other, but they're not fully formed. So it's the closest thing to nature gives us, and that's why I tend to, most people tend to think you can't have a true hermaphrodite. But I don't know. I mean, my mind's been open to stuff based on what's happened to me. So, kind of already answered that in a sense there. Uh, everything that should be internal will be internal. Everything that's supposed to be external will be external. Pregnancy, technically, if you could form everything, yeah. And you could get someone pregnant. I mean, if you had it all, I mean, there is a choice on some of the male components. You probably know which ones I'm referring to, as I understand it too. If you don't have those, then you can't get someone pregnant. Well, I think I kind of explained it the best I understand it. See, the problem is like I said, I don't have all the answers on everything. I try to, when I make a description, give you the explanation as I understand it. And I did not go deep into this particular subject, so um that's the best. I mean, if you want a follow-up question on it, you have any, Adonier, just go ahead and ask me. But hopefully you see the live stream. I'll probably just put this one public, and you go ahead and you can answer the question or ask me any more questions you have. So let's take care of that one. And we have one from Jimmy Barton on the past altering final music version where I put both parts together. I hope that's working effectively for people. It's the way I intended to put it out originally. But I didn't want to force people to have the hypnosis part on there if they didn't want it. That's why I initially split it up. Um, okay. Jimmy wants to know, does this have built-in booster like the last one? Is it similar to the last one but improved? The booster on that is not going to be the same thing as the past Altrin booster 3.0, 2.0, or 1.0. It's not the visible, but the audible part that you hear in the hypnosis part. That's the main booster. And then the secondary one is going to be the femininity, or not the femininity, but the feminine spirit. It's the same thing, but acceptance one. So both of those are present. And then the main script is going to be in the right ear, playing regardless of part one or part two. Because I did some research that showed that doing the split ear type script is effective because the right ear usually pays attention to certain words that are said. It activates a different language setter than the left ear. One way or another, something's getting through to your subconscious this way, and it's harder for it to ignore a certain part. Because what can happen if you have the same script in both ears is one side can tune out, which could interfere with the other side. But if you have two different scripts going on the same type of topic or related topic, it might be more effective. That's what I was thinking. And based on the sensations I get when I listen to it and the ones that other people are getting, from what I understand, it seems to be effective. And I'm hoping someone's got real results to post pretty soon. I know it takes longer than 30 days to get something significant to happen sometimes. But I've heard a lot of people have miraculous occurrences too. So I think I answered that one. We'll take care of that. Robert, what's this? Schleck, like Lecter, like Hannibal Lecter, Schlechter, I guess. This woman is, well, I'm not saying Robert's like Hannibal Lecter. I hope not anyway. I don't think Robert would be based on the comments I've seen. This woman is beautiful like us. And I've noticed that Robert signs on every one of these Jagjit, what's it? Cower? Kayer? I don't know what that means, but I've seen that on all of Robert's comments. Well, it could be a name because it's capitalized, but I haven't heard of that person. Okay, what we got? Oracle Histy says it's been a while since I've seen a generally safer work creator step out of their comfort zone and make something with the amount of effort they put into every sub. Also, is nice that it's got the frequency side and not just the generic affirmation concept. They work extremely well in tandem with each other. Keep it up. Thank you, Oracle. And that's on the Fudanari one again. It's nice to see comments that, thank me for what I'm doing. I mean, I don't live for the comments. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I try to assume that everyone on the channel is generally pretty positive with me and appreciates it, but it feels good to see someone leave a good comment and let me know that it's working for them. And they agree with the research that I've done that turns out the result here. And I do that. I do agree that the frequency is good and include. I mean, I went kind of with theta waves to start out with this experiment on the channel, and I found thetas were a good frequency. Then I was looking towards the solfegal frequencies. I think that's how you say it. I get that mixed up in my head sometimes. But the miracle frequencies, the chakra balancing and all that was good to put in there. And I think I combined them all together, or I intended to, on past altering final. I might have just stuck with the two ones that I mixed together before and didn't change it. But either way, my research showed that the two that I used before I tried putting all those frequencies together were affected alone too. But when you do a chakra all together, it can actually do all the healing at the same time. And it's really powerful and intense. That's why I put that subliminal out a while ago, is trying to, because I figured if some people were stuck in their manifestation, this could help unblock them, because you put too much attention into one aspect of your chakras, it puts everything out of balance. And so if you're playing that all at the same time, it balances you out, and then your manifestation miracle could start happening again. The same effect that you'd get with a blockage removal, like just one of those subliminals, except probably better, especially combined with the affirmations. Before I get to the next one, I want to check something. Looks like you left, Jennifer. Sorry, I just want to pay attention to your comments here. I didn't mean to ignore you again. So you've been listening to several of the my subliminals and manifest 1-2, affirming power, control, etc. several times each listen on looped. You haven't seen any results lately. Just be patient. Yeah, that would be my advice to you, Jennifer. Just be patient with it. And keep going. Number 1, keep going. Like I said, number 2, believe / assume you're getting results. And don't check the mirror very much. Oh, are you still here? I just saw another one pop in. It doesn't show you as a viewer, but okay. So yeah, just stick with it and be patient. Because that's what I did. I was in I don't know if I talked about this too much. We'll come back to the other comments here in a second. I just want to address you. But I didn't talk about this, I don't think, but there was a period of time back when I manifested my partial hip change. I might have talked about this, but I was in a groove. I didn't have my brother living with me in my house. I was by myself. I had just made, I think, past altering 4.0, and I had results off of 3.0 where I felt things. So I'm like, okay, here's proof it's working on me. This thing I created for myself is working. Other people are saying it's working. I made the music version and I just kept listening to the music version while I was at work. When I went to bed, I think I was using my booster with it too. And I had them all on a playlist. And I stuck to those strictly, took breaks when needed. One day at work, I was just walking around. And then I just felt soreness in my hips. And I felt like I was walking to her. And then there was a bunch of heat in my legs and around my genital region. And like the entire lower half of my body just felt different. My legs kind of felt kind of rubbery. I was walking around and my walk started changing a little bit. And I was just at that point really feeling like, oh, here's something that's going to happen. And I was totally believing it would. And I went to bed that night, had very intense sensations when I laid down. But I didn't have that moment right then and there that I'm talking about where my hips changed in real time or seeming in real time, but this is the lead up to it. So then there was the next day, I was feeling this rocking sensation when I was walking around, like almost as if somebody was gently pushing me from the back, and then I'd rebound to the front. And my walk was still different, or it felt like it was different, like I was kind of moving my hips differently. And I went back and I started listening to my music again, and I had the same results the day before, except I kind of felt like I almost like heard a popping noise in that area, and like was coupled with slight pain. But this wasn't the major moment. It was when I went to bed that night, and then was laying down and put the music on again, and I was hearing the music, and all of a sudden it got like almost somebody kind of put a dampen on it, and it went quieter, and my heart rate increased. And then I felt my hips reshape themselves in real time. And then I stood up out of bed. I wanted to lay there and let more happen. I mean, I really wanted more to happen. But I think I had to go to the bathroom or something. Like I had a real strong urge to do that. So I went to the bathroom, and then my legs were really wobbly, like I was having trouble standing almost. And then I looked in the mirror and I saw it. I mean, there was no denying it. Like, I'm not saying my hips changed completely to female hips, because I know they haven't, but there was a definite reshaping that had happened there. And I think sometimes what happens is you tend to feel something happen prior to the actual visual of it. So it may not have been as real time as it seemed, but it seemed like it. And I think it all manifested because I stuck with what I was doing. I was in a good positive energy, a creative energy. I assumed I was getting results, and having those sensations come to me helped me assume that. And I think they started just from that positive vibe I had. It's been hard for me to recapture it, honestly, but yeah. Kind of long-winded there, but let's get to your next, you say you got tingles. Your body. Yeah, any sensation at all is a good sign that you're getting something to happen. Another thing would be like twitches. If you got any twitching muscles, just randomly when you're laying down, and breathing. If your arm just stuck kind of itself, kind of twitch, you know, I don't know if twitch is the right word, but kind of jumps a little bit on its own. I mean, some of these things kind of go with reality shifting. It's kind of similar, I think. Might be related. They didn't show up at the time. I typed them, but several minutes later, and that is why you didn't see them. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I think that's because I was looking at the live stream on my OBS instead of the window here. I might have to do like a layout on here so I can actually see them as they're coming in too, because there is a delay. That would be a lot easier if I had those monitor arms coming in. We'll have to see how much that improves things. And with my luck, when I get something like that, it's hard to get it set up and it doesn't work quite the way I want it to. That's what I typically run into. But anyway, let's go back to, and I'll try to keep an eye on any more comments you have since you're on with me. I'm just gonna, wonder if I can just, yeah, I can weigh this out like that. Let me get this other window back up here. I just need to shrink this down and not maximize it, and I should still be able to read it. Then I can keep the live stream comments right there. Okay. All right, so where were we here? I got some. All right. Past Altering 5.0. And this kind of surprised me. I got people still on an older version of this, and I was just telling Allie this the other day. It's like people don't know I've got a new version out. Does anyone go to my channel page and actually look at the new published videos? Do they have the notification bell on? I mean, it's cool to stick with an older version if it's working for them. And don't get me wrong, but I'm amazed that I see that from time to time. I'm like, it's 5.0. I thought that was pretty good, but I think the newest one's the best one. But the answer to your question, what's that? Sashi. I think I'm getting there right. It's best with the headphones or earphones, yeah. Cause if you don't, then you could well, there's another effect that a lot of people are afraid of. You could have other people hear it, and they could have the unintentional effect on them. Nothing happens to you that you don't want to have happen to you, but you don't want to like have people surprised that they start changing because maybe deep down inside they really want to, but they're not prepared for it. I don't know. That's just the best I could say on that. And also, it's more effective on you because it's getting closer to your ear and there's no interference. Jennifer says, you started the playlist. You have your hypnosis one, manifest one, and past altering. Any other ones you would suggest to add to it? Let's see. Well, one piece of advice I give most people, but I'm basing it off of myself. And I gotta remember sometimes that as obvious as it is, other people aren't me. So I gotta try to filter my advice, and try to pretend I'm not me for a second, and try to be general. But let's just say what I would do. I tend to listen to as few subliminals as possible because I believe that the subconscious can have an easier time dealing with fewer affirmations. If you have too big of a playlist, this is just what I think, it can be harder to manifest. Unless you have the right combination of things that works just right. So in your case, you want to work on the, if you think you have trouble manifesting something, manifest is good. The hypnosis one is great because it combines subliminal and hypnosis at the same time. So you're handling both ways the manifestation can happen. And past altering, of course. And the way that I would, if you got them in that order, I would probably treat them, if you're talking about the manifest one, I remember which one was it. The I can change my reality. If it's that one, or is it the manifestation trainer with the numbers? Because they're kind of related scripts, but one manifests just the number, angel numbers, to prove to you you can do it. The other one's more towards general manifestation. But that one, if I were doing it and it was going to be the playlist, it'd probably be number one because it has a booster to kind of reinforce that you can do it. And then I would probably put the hypnosis one probably after that. Okay, the change reality one. Okay. You can change your reality. Okay, so yeah, that one would be like a booster. So put that at the beginning. And then a secondary booster would be the hypnosis one, because it reinforces the feminine spirit aspect. And then past altering after that, if you were just going to go with those three. An additional one out of mine, we'll try to have to think here. Because I don't know if the past altering booster is going to be effective with the new formula if you're using the latest final. I'd have to look at the script again, but that could be one you'd put there. The mirror is magic. I'd put that one out. If you have, if you find yourself looking in the mirror a lot to check for results, that can be helpful because that reinforces that either way, it should be accelerating your change. In theory, anyway. That can be a good thing for someone, but detaching number one is key most of the time and not expecting to see a specific result. Just try to avoid the mirror. Usually works better sometimes, but it's up to you how you want to do it. But that's an optional one. I would not combine multiple past alterings together. I would say that because the formulas are too different. Mirror is magic. Sometimes the voice.ai program I'm using will mistranslate a word I'm saying, so it probably made it sound different. But I can get you the link to that if you want. I'd have to find it really quick, or it would be in the, I think, the other Subliminals playlist on my channel. There were, I think, a couple different versions of it. Oh, this is not the window I want to show. Get off of there. There we go. All right. That's the problem with the new tabs. Oh, you found it? Okay, never mind. We'll just close that then. Oh, no problem, you know. I know what you mean on the hearing loss part. Sometimes I feel like mine's going to. But I've tried to protect it as much as I can. Haven't went to any loud concerts or anything lately. And when I do listen to things with headphones, I try not to turn them up too loud. Feta version? Yep. Yeah. If you're, it depends on your comfort though. I mean, I think I made a music version too. I could be wrong. I was at a phase right there. I was putting out multiple versions of everything, which is totally helpful. Don't get me wrong, that it kind of clogs the channel up too at the same time. So people will appreciate it. So I've been kind of going off of request only on if they wanted additional versions or if I feel like one would be helpful. But yeah, Mirror's Magic would be placed best. See, I'm trying to think if that would be good, because if you're going to loop this entire playlist, do you want that at the end, or do we want to put that? Or did I say listen to that one by itself? I think I did. I think that one, I think the intention was to go like 30 days with that one and then resume your playlist. I think it was. The theory being that when you start checking results afterwards, they should just come like magic because your brain's already conditioned on that one particular thing. When you look in the mirror, it's going to change you whether you see a change or not. That was the idea. I mean, it's possible you could have it in a playlist and have it work too. But again, it goes towards that idea where I was talking about where you try to have too many things that can actually be difficult. Change reality, hypnosis, past altering. Yeah, that sounds good. Because that totally encompasses a lot of the things that people have trouble with. I mean, the past altering formula has that in there too by reinforcing your feminine spirit in two different ways on the two different boosters. And then your regular script also talks about that. So it's all complementary. And then any other doubts you'd have about whether you could actually do this is taken care of with the change reality. And then if you start to doubt things, you got the mirror's magic when you're checking the mirror. If, you know, either whatever you do. And the hypnosis is also reinforcing everything too and just reminding you that you're more than your body. So I think it's a generally good combination with the scripts all together. Of course, the more you repeat everything, the more that it's in your subconscious, the better. That's another reason why I try not to crowd the playlist too much, because then you're getting less playthroughs of the entire thing if it gets too long. Yeah. Yeah, and that's hard for a lot of people there, Jennifer, with the changing reality, because until you've seen it happen to yourself or felt it happen, you have a hard time believing. So it's a big hurdle to get over. But one thing that helped me was um, if you ever heard of like the my mind is blanking on this. I just had it. The placebo effect. There we go. Wherein, you know, they have this medicine like in a test, in a blind test, for example, and then they give half the people the medicine and then they give the other half like sugar pills. They tell everyone it's medicine. The reality of it to everyone is because they trust the people in the lab coats that they all have medicine that is said to cure whatever they've got. And they found when they were doing this to people that everyone had the same result, regardless of whether they had the medicine or the sugar pill, because they all believed that they were being cured. Their reality was that they were being cured no matter what they were being given. So what did it in that case? Was it the medicine or was it the belief that they were having medicine? I would say option 2. And that's not medical advice, but this is a real thing if you look it up. And they do this all the time. They do placebo all the time. And you hear about it in the day-to-day life. So that's one way to know that you can change reality by changing your perception of your reality, by believing you are receiving, if that makes any sense. All right, so I will come back to you if I see another comment. I'm just going to move forward and try to catch more of these up. Robert's other comments. I love you, sister. I love this so much. Past altering music version. Thanks for the comment, Roberts. Jesse Faden says, extremely powerful, felt every last bit of it. I'm glad that you're getting the sensations. That is definitely a positive sign. But one thing we got to remember too, sensations are not the end result. Don't go chasing the sensations. Ride them out and detach from those too. Otherwise, you'll just manifest sensations. Keep your eye on the prize, as they say. Know what it is you're manifesting. Because literally, if you start focusing on, oh, I need those sensations again, because if I don't have them, I'm not changing, that sends a signal to your brain that you're not changing if you don't get them. Or if you're just asking for the sensations, you're just getting the sensations. Let's see. Jennifer says, interest in both psychology and neuroscience, slowly preparing to go back to university for a PhD, combining the two. Okay, that's awesome if you do that, Jennifer. Because and you would be one of the few people that would actually have an open mind about manifestation in the manner we're talking about, and the power of belief and all that stuff too, which is very rare for someone who goes through university and gets a PhD. The people that tend to do that get brainwashed into believing literally what the book says is possible, and they don't look outside the book. They discount anything that hasn't been peer reviewed, so on and so forth. Another comment from Robert. It's very good, Bethany, and means a lot to me. Thank you for the comment, Robert. Glad that you enjoy. Let's add on the past, alternate, final part 1 and 2. Okay. What is this? Bert, find me. I've seen Bert on a couple times on my channel. I'm just go ahead and like this, but he says, I cannot say I knew since birth I was born wrong. I was, as I grew, felt I was a girl in a boy's body. I am here to change. Not felt anything. Yet after 6 days, signs it. I'm guessing this is Bert's desired name, Terra Crystal. I could be wrong. But Bert, you just gotta stick with it. 6 days might be too short to start feeling anything for everyone, and especially since we're all different. And you have to remember too that if you're not in the right mindset, if your chakras aren't all balanced out and you're not in a positive, creative mood, and you're in a, what am I looking for? A mood of you want something to happen. If you just in that mode all the time, I want this to happen, I want this, it will never happen. Because all you say is you want it. Just tell yourself it's happening. Or sick, just say it's happening. Yeah, that's the easiest way to do it. Or you can say it's already happened. That's better, but some people have trouble doing that far. So start with, this is happening to me, at least. And then as you grow in this power, you can go, okay, it has happened, and that's even more powerful. I am female versus the training wheels of I'm becoming female. I think both things can be equally effective if you alternate too. Jennifer says, open mind is one thing, but actually seeing the results in your brain is another. That's the thing, sis. Well, yeah, I mean, seeing, well, I think people have hi, Layla. Say hi, right click. Glad to have you on. People have this, the seeing is believing idea in their minds. And for me, yeah, it's hard for me too, because I'm kind of like that myself. I want to see something. I started transitioning to if I feel something, that's real. What I see may not be. The kind of rhyme that I have in my head. And just because you don't see something, it does not mean it isn't so. And even in the reverse is true. Just because you feel something doesn't mean, oh, what am I trying to say? Well, go with the first thing. I'll think of what I was trying to say on the second thing, but there is a negative aspect of feeling things too. I think I've kind of touched on already. Just because you're feeling something Two, it does not mean you're having a result in the manifestation area, especially if you're just trying to attract the feelings aspect of it. Um, like I said, keep your eye on the prize. Don't change what you're trying to manifest. Don't try to manifest the feeling, manifest the change. Yeah, like I said, I'm totally not um an expert. Um as much as I might kind of sound like it sometimes. At least I think I might, but maybe I don't. Maybe I sound like a bumbling idiot. Um, but I've done a little research on it, and I've had the personal experience. And I'm still trying to put it all together. I'm still trying because uh, no one advice I could, or no one single piece of advice I can give to someone is going to be beneficial to more than that one person sometimes. What I'm saying is that we're all different, so there could be more than one correct answer on this. I do believe strongly that believing in any aspect of this is step number one. And not just in the possibility, but in the actuality. The assumption that it is real is what gets you past any roadblocks. To get that critical part of your conscious mind out of the way. And for me, it was actually witnessing it. So I guess in a way, the visual of it and the event of it is what got me over the edge. But in order to get over the edge, I had to trust it in the first place. So maybe that's not what got me there. It was just that first step of sticking with it, getting it in a positive mood, and assuming it was real. It's hard to say. I mean, it could be a combination of everything. Layla, no, I'm not on my Discord server right now. I actually kind of impromptu started my stream. I was gonna rant a bit about a semi-hate comment I had because I felt like intuitively I had to. And then I had Jennifer join, which I didn't expect anyone to come on, but I just checked in and I happened to notice that Jennifer was there. But I don't know if you left me any messages on Discord. I didn't see them since the last time. Because it's 6:30 and I was going to go to bed until I had that thought to do a live stream randomly. So oh, Jed, if you don't have my Discord, I can get you the invite link. It's just on my about section though, but I'll paste it here. Let you get there first. I think this will take you to the welcome page. Yeah, and there's no limit on the uses on that one. I'm on Central Time, Jennifer. Yeah, Central. I don't know. Did we just go into is it spring forward? Yeah, I'm on the forward daylight savings time, whatever that means. Losing 1 hour, I guess, but I don't know how close that is to Eastern time right now. I think sometimes it's the same exact time as Eastern, depending on whether it was daylight savings. It's either the backward position or the forward. I forget which one. Oh, Pacific time? So, yeah, you're like, how many hours is that difference is that? Like 2 hours difference, 2 hours earlier So it'd be like 4:30. Yeah, what time is it in Italy, Wayla? That I don't know. I mean, I took a total random guess on what Pacific would be. It's either 2 hours or 4 hours. 4:30? Okay, 2 hours. That's what I thought. I knew somebody in California once, and I could have swore it was a 2 hour difference, so I can be right sometimes, I guess. 2 hours. Yeah, you're still pretty early in the, well, I guess it's getting toward late morning, depending how you look at it. But yeah, I got sunrise behind me. I don't know if the sun's even come up over there yet. Probably not. Usually at 4:30 it's dark. But anyway, let me go back to my comments section. Get that off of there. I think we're just spots at the bottom anyway. I don't get notified on all these. So anyone watches the live stream? Oh, I guess it answered all of them. This one is in French, I think, so I don't know what that says exactly, other than it's about Olivia Costa being a beautiful woman, I guess. Like that's what some of that means. I mean, I can kind of guess. This one says something about a princess. Um, I did respond in French once to this. I'm just gonna go ahead and, because that way that they'll be marked as read. Oh, I already hit like. I guess it didn't count. I guess I had to reply to one, but I didn't want to reply unless I translate it. But I do appreciate the comments there, Christoph. Is that how you say it? Because I was expecting an E. Or an R. There's an E. An R, I mean. Well, now that we got that taken care of, is there any other questions from either of you two? Because that takes away some of the stuff I needed to catch up on. I mean, I could go on the Discord server and see if there's anything there, but because that's one thing I haven't really kept up with is checking my Discord out, which I feel kind of bad about sometimes. Oh, it looks like we only got one person viewing still. I don't know which one of you two dropped off. Doesn't always show me who's still here. Oh, I guess it's you, Jennifer. Yeah, there might be some way to figure out the users that are on. Oh, here we go. Participants. It's not that there was some way to get that on here at the same time. Oh, I guess you're both still on here. It's still only telling me I got one person on. That's strange. But you say something's not right. You logged into Discord, yet when you clicked the link, it took you to the login page. That shouldn't be happening. Let's get this comments off of there. We don't need that anymore. Let me look at here. Maybe that's an outdated link. I'll have to go on Discord really quick. That could be why some people are not finding me, actually. While I'm loading this, though, I had planned on getting Vegas Edit to upgrade my editor so I could have the most up-to-date version, and they were advertising a 59.99 upgrade price, and then when I went there to get it today, because it was payday, it doubled in price virtually to 120. So I was upset because I about that because I was thinking I was getting a deal. And now the discount isn't as much, so I'm gonna kind of just wait until they give me another offer like that, the from before. Not spending $120 to upgrade my editor if what I got is good for now. Um, it still works, but eventually it'll stop working. That's what I'm worried about, the way that they keep changing the requirements and everything. But anyway, we need to find a Discord invite link. Maybe I'll just create a brand new one. Make this easy. Because I do have this unlimited ones, but they don't seem to work sometimes. Alright, let's try this one, Jennifer. Let me know how that... Or is that... I don't look like an invite link. Hold on. I'll make sure that's right. That's just copy link. I need to invite. Yeah, that wouldn't work unless, Unless you have an invite link. That would just link to the exact channel, but... There, try that one. That should be... If that don't work, I don't know what's going on, because that's brand new. And, I don't know how many uses it was set for, if it's just like one time. But it should get you on. Well, while I'm here, I'm gonna see what you send me, Layla. Oh, you just said hello? Yeah. Probably tried to get me there first and then saw me on the live stream. I got these system messages. That must be you. I see someone joined, or it could be someone else. Rose Flower. And as Jennifer says, I'm a techie, sis, Bethany. The second year university computing. I know how PC laptops can go. Yeah, yeah, that's kind of my line of at least what my degree was. I mean, I went to school initially as a computer programmer, so I'm in that sort of field in a sense, at least on paper. And didn't go the way I planned it. Oh, but I can also take the computers apart and build them from scratch and everything. Ideally, I'd like to run a computer shop if I had enough money to start a business. But you got on there? That's good. Now I'm trying to think of what to do because I got... And how much longer I'm going to run the stream for. Oh. I don't know. So I got through the... I mean, if you guys have any questions for me, you can go with that for a while. Yeah, Jennifer, programming is, like, I'm not saying I'm great with it either. Like, I knew enough to get through the 2 years. And you know the funny thing about when you go to college too, for something, you get very little training on that something you're majoring in. At least that's what I found. It's like you go to college of any sort and they're just going, okay, general education are required things here. You know, you have to go and take an English class all over again. You had to take another science course. I mean, you can choose some of it, but why? Isn't that what high school was for? To generally educate you, then you go to college to specialize in something? I mean, I would think it'd be better. We'd have better trained people, more knowledgeable people in a subject if your entire college curriculum was consisting entirely of what you're going to do. And then you would have less college to do it too, because I don't see any reason why anyone who actually wants to become a computer programmer has to go to school for 4 years to do it. You could probably get that taken care of in about 1 to 2 years. Yeah, you're right, Jennifer, about the other courses like I was talking about. Like I mean, they make me take a math class, for instance, and then it was pretty hard math. Now, funny enough, I just got out of like high school not too long before I went to college, and this was years ago though. And I looking at the math thing, and I go to the professor, and I'm like, I'm having a hard time with this. Is there any suggestions that you can help me with? Because, you know, they're supposed to help, you know, they're there to instruct and teach the students, you would think, but this professor had an attitude like, no, I'm not helping you. You got to do it on your own. Like, so in other words, that's the type of professor is gonna spout out a bunch of stuff and I'll never explain anything. And that is part of the problem with the college and university, um, is you got instructors that will not help. They're just there to collect a paycheck and just read off stuff. Jennifer says I need to do calculus, 1 and 2, part of the science requirement for undergrad you want. Um, I never know. I don't know if I even got into calculus at all. I've always heard that's a difficult thing. I can't even tell you if I could describe what that even is, what kind of math that is. I would assume it's an equation-based math, kind of similar to algebra, but harder. I think that's the best I can understand it. Um, I used to really suck at algebra though, because I like two A plus 2C equals 2D or whatever, and then there's not like all the variables are not like there's hidden variables that you can't even solve for that type of equation. Like at least two that you can't solve, and then you have to the answer is like I don't know how to even tell you how it was formatted, but it involves C and D in it or something. I got like, why do we even need this? I mean, just give me basic math, you know? I can figure that out. Why do we have to solve for an unknown? Isn't most things known in the world as far as a variable is concerned anyway? If I mean, you can plug it into some type of formula that's pre-made if you know where it goes, but I don't know of any circumstance where we don't know the answer to what goes somewhere. It just always struck me as kind of stupid. But yeah, but very, very difficult. Graphing and functions. Differential and integral are the first two, multivariate the third, vector is the fourth. So I'm assuming you do that like at a graphing calculator, like one of those TI whatevers. At least I would assume so. They used to require that we got those in certain math classes. Um, the point about, um, yeah, I'm glad you think so. I mean, and I'm not alone in that. Because I don't know. It's like a lot of things in school are just, they just seem so unnecessary. And now I understand that a lot of the kids out there are being taught how to do math in a different way than I was. And it just seems like a very roundabout way to get to the same answer, making them take twice as long to get there and slowing their brain down. I think you'd want them to get to the answer quicker, get their brains to think quicker, and not have to do it. I don't even know how to describe how they do it. Vector focus physics. Okay. Vector being I don't what's the meaning of vector in this? When I hear vector, I think like location, like in an airplane talk, like what's your vector? Like horizontal and vertical, XYZ, 3D space, 2D space. Of course, as a programmer, you got to know some math, point to space. So kind of what I was saying. I always hated drafting, actually. I actually don't, I mean, other than in presentations, um, where you see a chart with a graph, I never see that in real life. Like, there's no application where we need to graph something out in order to know the answer to something. It just seems like it's only there just from a layman's point of view on this subject, in a sense, to present it in a presentation. It don't seem like there's any practical use for it. Um, Mathematical space. Oh, okay. Then 3D. Okay. Do you know what, back, talk, going on, Jennifer, on the, practical use of it. What's the practical use of calculus and real life? Did they tell you that? Because I'm curious. I mean, because if you can give me an example of where it's actually used, that could make me change my mind on this, but it just seems like when you study the brain, it comes in handy. Okay. Do they have the human brain mapped out in vectors then? I'm guessing. Like they know where all the pathways are and they got like an XYZ coordinate. I mean, I'm sure they got it mapped out. That's probably what you're talking about. Um and if so, I mean that makes sense then. Like you could okay, so you could reference a certain vector in the brain and then they know which section of the brain we're talking about and what it's responsible for. Conversations of aeronautics. Late great uncle Alfred was a genius at aeronautics and physics. Oh, physics is another one of those things I'm sure is very difficult. Um, and anything in the aerospace and aeronautics, yeah. You have to have a pretty intellect brain, I would imagine, to even get into that. At least, and both of them too. I'm not even. I mean, I've had one of those online IQ tests once, which I don't really put a lot of seriousness into, but I think that I was like a 148 IQ, according to it, which puts me kind of high, but not like the highest or anything. But like I said, I don't even know. I didn't have a real IQ test, so I don't even know how smart I am. I mean, I think we all have different levels of smart in us, so we're some of us are smarter at some things versus other things, and I mean, don't get me wrong, there are some people that are not intelligent at all, and you can tell. They're good enough to walk, talk, and do basic tasks, but beyond that, they're not very much of an intellect. Not to put anyone down, but I mean, it's true. So there is definitely something to the IQ scale, in some form. But I think you can teach most people to do anything if you can get through on how their brain works and how to make them understand it. Sometimes you have to put it in layman's terms. Um, 50 different distinct neurological regions. Okay. Yeah. Hey, there might even be more than that that they haven't discovered yet, too. Unless they actually know everything about the neurological parts of the brain, where I guess the whole thing is, but you know what I mean? Um, I do remember something to talk about your brains, though. There was some areas of the brain that they don't see any use for, which always found me, or always struck me as odd. They have at least none that they could find what it does yet. That phrase about we only use a certain portion of our brain or something like that, or that's what they think. Okay, so you're gonna okay, that's good. You're gonna study them all to get the PhD to some degree. So you'll have like a basic understanding, or more than a basic understanding, I should say, to get that far. Um, it'd be interesting if you could find some correlation on research with subliminal messaging, and I don't know if they can prove belief, but you know what I mean? If you could, as you know, when you got your doctorate, you could go down this research and figure it out and be the one that does it. Way more? Okay. Psych component. Psychology is a very. Are we talking just like general psychology? Psychiatrics, like the effect of medicine too. I had like one psychology course in college. I mean, I didn't understand half the stuff that they were talking about. I think I got a C in the class. Wasn't my strong point. Fourth year? Okay. Neuroscience versus cognition. Okay. So, oh, okay. Meets it. Okay. So it's like basically studying the cognitive function, the understanding of what the brain does, um, or how it understands things based on the map of the centers of the brain, basically, if what I'm understanding. It's fascinating though because I was thinking if you can really just get into to figuring out what neurons are firing in the brain when people are listening to something on the subconscious level. See which centers of the brain it's hitting. Exactly. I'm sure they've figured this out somewhat. But if they could get to this point, if they haven't already, and then trace where that goes from there and see which receptors it's firing, and then how it's like essentially commanding the change to happen to the body. Does it trigger, let's say if you're doing male to female stuff, does it trigger the hormone production? Does it trigger DNA altercation? If you could somehow prove that, then there'd be a real science to it, and then people would take it more seriously instead of dismissing it. That's why this kind of research would be effective if you had somebody willing to look at a specific aspect of it, like subliminal and power of belief and all that stuff. But of course, as I understand it, in order to be taken seriously after that, even if you have one person research it, you need others to research it and do this peer research, and you might have trouble getting peer research done on this type of subject, which is probably why it doesn't come up, even if there is some proof. And this type of thing is kind of hard to prove too, because it seems so far, from my experience, it's subjective. There's some people that have trouble having it happen to them, that seem like there's nothing going on. And when we're talking about belief, it can be the key factor. If someone doesn't believe it, for lack of a better term, hard enough, maybe nothing happens for that reason. Just like a lot of people try to say. But you're saying your PhD will actually be in Second Life, similar to The Sims, and a 3D environment, much deeper, focusing on that, of how 3D environments can help those with autism and mental illness. Oh, okay, okay. That's a good wordy thing to do as well, though, because we have to figure out what's going on with autism, what causes it, how we can treat it, and kind of reverse it in a sense. I'm sure they might have some idea of what causes it by now, but maybe their treatment is where they're having an issue. But if you can get to the cause of something, you can usually arrive at a treatment within a certain amount of time. You know, another interesting thing I've noticed when we're talking about autism, a lot of people I've talked to on Discord have confessed to me that they have some form of autism or Asperger's. I myself think I might be on the Asperger's spectrum, but just barely. And it makes me wonder if there's a correlation between those who are willing to believe this and those who are not. Maybe most of them would be on the spectrum. I don't know. But I've met a lot of people that say they are. They're saying open up avenues and work with professionals and researchers. So you got Asperger's too, high functioning. You were definitely tested on it then. I was, if you're for sure about it. I was not officially tested. I did one of those quizzes online, and it kind of put me in 1 point into the Asperger's category. So that'd be very high functioning. Barely have it if I have it. But I was never officially tested, like I said, so maybe I don't. I feel like I do those. I had some difficulties with social functions when I was a kid. Shy, didn't know how to do social interaction with people. I still sort of have problems with that right now. But I can't what I've gotten around it by emulating the behavior of others in a sense, and it's helped me get through it a bit. But yeah, you've been tested more times than I know. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. I guess you'd have to do that multiple times to get like a for sure. I don't think maybe one doesn't do it because he ought to be absolutely certain when being diagnosed with it. Yeah, I mean, I hear you on that. You know, if we met in person, I might end up being a bit shy too. Honestly, I don't know which one of us would actually be worse on that though. It'd be interesting to see. Yeah. So like Asperger's and autism have to be like two sides of the same coin then. I'm thinking, even though they're called different things. I think I've seen that mentioned before, but there's a reason why they separated them though. I just don't remember what that is, but I'm thinking they've got to be very much related to each other. Yeah, the social interactions aspect would definitely tie me to that. It's like when I'm fine more or less in a one-on-one scenario as long as I try to emulate the way someone else has talked to me in the past, and I do more listening than I do talking most of the time. And I notice when I talk, though, I feel like I'm over talking and I start feeling awkward. And then I want to shut up because I start getting these thoughts in my head that I'm talking too much and I need to let that person talk and I'm not doing this right. And then they're giving me weird looks and I'll just kind of self-destruct it. And then you add a third person in and then I kind of just clam up and don't say anything. I let those two talk. I just haven't mastered the three-person conversation and in person. Um, at bigger groups, I'm lost because I try to chime in and say something, and because I want to try, and then I just feel like nobody listens to me. And maybe it was the wrong thing to say in the wrong time or whatever. Oh, the range. The range is what would separate those two. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I haven't actually I kind of skimmed through some things about scientific topics when I see them, but I don't go into deep dive into them most of the time. Oh, skipping messages? So you typed something in before and it didn't put it there? That's interesting. I'm looking at the live chat right now. I never came in. What's wait, hold on. I'm on top chat. Maybe that was the problem. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Yeah, I was on top chat, not live chat. I don't know what makes it decide what is top and what isn't. I would assume everything coming in from both people or that would be on would be important and top because you're only two there, but all right. So I think I see what you had before now. Okay, Asperger's is a form of autism. Asperger's is a disorder. The range of autism goes from being totally incapable of doing anything to holding a job, raising a family, and everything in between. Okay. So it's the same thing pretty much. It's just people with Asperger's are going to be more functioning, generally speaking, than someone with the general autism, I guess would be one way to say it. Unless I got that understanding wrong, but that's what I'm getting out of it. The fact that I think I've heard it described that way before, honestly, it had to do with the be more functioning if you were to say your Asperger's. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so I just count my lucky stars, I guess, that I was like in the high functioning if indeed I am. Again, like I said, I wasn't tested, but unless that quiz counts. I mean, maybe it somewhat does, but um and you put the evidence together with what I'm talking about, my social skills, and it just looks likely too. Makes me wonder if everyone who is kind of shy is in that category and just they haven't tested them on it. But I hate to put generalities like that out there because if I say everyone is this, everyone is that, it makes me look foolish. I don't know. Because I think because there are exceptions all the time, so you're saying don't quote you on this. I'm reading it out loud. Let's not count this as a quote then. But those with Asperger's tend to be more independent or tend to focus on their independence a lot more. Okay. Yeah, I would agree with that though. Um, because I've seen people who are said to just be autistic, and I can tell you that the majority of them don't seem like they could take care of themselves. Whereas everyone who I've met who say they have Asperger's and seem to be able to take care of themselves. So, I mean, that makes sense to me. Um, Not everyone who's generally autistic, though, is going to be unable to. There's the high functioning autism. Um, just like there's the be low the opposite of like a low functioning Asperger's. I think there's going to be overlap though on the scale though that where you could say a low functioning Asperger's would be like the bare minimum, like the highest functioning of autistic in general. I don't know. Or just like 1 point below it, something like that. Of course, being a lay person, I'm just trained to throw it out there against the wall. I don't really know. So even people who can be included in said categories are not even experts on their own conditions sometimes. At least not everyone. Overlap with a lot of things in life. Yeah, I agree, you know. I tend to forget about that sometimes though. Like even a person who seems to be like very mean to you. Um, this is slightly unrelated, but kind of on the same line. Someone that's very mean to you, uh, one day, but nice the next. Even though they might not be diagnosed as bipolar, um, it's quite possible that even people, like everyone exists on um, a scale there too, because maybe we all are bipolar to a certain extent as well. Just like, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me because I've seen a lot of males and females have extreme mood swings, and it wasn't restricted to just one of the two sexes. Like generally speaking, females are considered to be more on the mood swing side of things, but I've seen many males do the same thing. So I think there is a spectrum for everything, and I think there is overlap in many different versions of like every single person, for lack of the better term. It's getting kind of late into the morning too, so my kind of stumbling over some of my words right now. Your ex-fiance was bipolar. Uh, um, Religious part. It makes me wonder about does does religious belief cause a mental disorder in a person? I've kind of thought that sometimes. It's not going to affect everybody equally, but because again, we're on a spectrum of things, but there may be more people that are more susceptible to religion triggering something in them like that. And then you take them out of religion and they seem 100% better. I think religion can cause a lot of stress in people's lives. Um, I always risk offending when I go talking about religion or politics. I mean, they're very risque topics because people can get really fired up. But I really think, though, that you go into it can just bring out the worst of people, even though the idea, generally speaking, is bring out the best. It's like I was talking about earlier with this going to church just to give you an excuse to be rotten to somebody because the book says be well they interpret it as being unkind to gay people, for instance. Thou shalt not lay with another man or whatever. It doesn't say anything in there about women not laying with women though, as far as I know. So that's kind of strange. God to be okay with one but not the other. But yeah, I think you get my point. But yeah, going back to what I said earlier in the strain, some religions make you feel like you're a part of something important. Yeah. Yes. Believe what you want to believe. Just don't push it. Yeah. There you go. Kind of sums it up. I know my mom's pretty heavy into the church thing right now. She went through a period of time where she wasn't. Um, and got to be she claims she got to be a better person when she went back to church and started accepting Jesus as her Lord and Savior and all that. And um, no matter what, when I try to question her on how she knows stuff, like how do you know when Jesus died on the cross? How do you know? Blah blah blah. And oh, it's in the Bible. Is there any evidence outside the Bible? Silence, crickets, well, she doesn't go silent. She says, go to church and listen to my pastor. He can explain it better than I can. And all they typically do is read out of the book. And I'm not, maybe this is why I get some of these comments on my channel. And maybe they heard me talk about my problems of religion. And they think I'm a heathen or something because I question it. And I never been to church in my life except to attend a wedding One of my nieces, I went there for their baptism, a Catholic church, funerals, of course. I've listened to the preacher talk and everything, and you know, it's like it's whatever. I mean, if it makes you feel good and it makes you a better person, wonderful. Well, more power to you. It's just don't expect me to believe it, and don't expect me not to ask questions because you want me to join in. You're gonna have to give me some answers because I'm thinking critically on it. I can't help it. I think not being raised in the church environment helped me there. I do have this general belief, though, that there's quite possibly something greater than us because what I've experienced in my life lends me to believe reality is not what we think it is, and there is something going on. There could very well be a deity that is watching us that maybe isn't as interactive as people think this deity is. Maybe it's just an observer deity who created this as an experiment to see how long it takes us to realize the difference between good and evil and stop judging people on skin color, sex, gender, to come together as one species and to treat people with respect. And maybe all life forms with respect. Maybe that's when the deity reveals themselves, and we're never going to get there if we keep fighting amongst each other. And that's why we're constantly pushed towards division. And religions are a big part of division because no one believes in the same God. There's many different sections and of it, so. So you've ended some long-term friendships based on religion? Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Because some people, they expect you to be tolerant of what they're saying, but if you try to question them and just be honest with them about it, if they're going to bring it up all the time, shouldn't you have the right to say you have questions about it and you don't believe what they believe? Stop pushing it. Stop, you know, like it's like if you're atheist and you're out there and you push atheism on people. I think most atheists don't. They're usually in response to the religion being pushed on them, they push back. I think that's the way it is. And I think by definition, I would probably have to be atheist because I don't actually say that I have 100% conviction in a God. So that would have to put me in that category. If I don't believe it for sure, then I have to be, but I have an open mind though about it. I'm not gonna categorically say I don't believe. I'm not convinced in any one God existing at the moment. If that makes me a heathen and evil, like in some people's eyes, I feel bad for those people because I don't. You could ask anyone who knows me in real life. I'd never seek out to hurt anybody. I'm one of the best people that can possibly exist because I mind my own business and I do my work the best I can and I try to help people out whenever they need something. You know, some people would say that would condemn me to hell because I haven't accepted Jesus Christ. That just makes no sense to me. And meanwhile, you could have someone accept Jesus Christ and who has murdered 20 people and that person would go to heaven. I don't believe that makes any sense. But yeah, you make a good point about, accept people as they are. Um, Accept them fully. Strengths, weaknesses, belief systems. If there's differences between you and someone else, accept it. Move on. Don't let the difference be what causes you not to like a person. I think we should celebrate what's different about people rather than condemn it. For the most part. I mean, there are some differences. I don't want to be contrarian, but some differences are stuff that socially or societal wise going to be acceptable. You know, I fully believe like children, for instance, should not be abused by the pedophiles, for instance. That's not acceptable. That's a difference I can't tolerate. That's perverted. That's a step too far. Like someone who enjoys killing some people, like a murderer or serial killer, that's a difference. But we shouldn't celebrate that difference. You know, it's within reason. A general rule of thumb is if it doesn't hurt somebody, doesn't hurt somebody else, doesn't hurt yourself, can't cause trauma to anybody, it should be accelerated difference, more or less. I don't want to like be too general on that, but I think it's the best way to put it. But I get so sick of like, you know, aside from religion, I get sick of people using their politics, and it's related, actually, because you have the conservatives who are generally pretty religious people for the most part, if you were going to stereotype them. You got them trying to interfere with people's rights to do what they wish with their bodies, like the Roe v. Wade getting overturned, for instance. Like, abortion's a very touchy subject, too. Um, being being a woman or a trans woman, to be specific, myself, who's not out, I'm not fully female in body. I believe parts of me have changed. Some people think I shouldn't have a right to talk about it because I'm not fully female, but I'm sympathetic on that. I'm trying to manifest being female into being and taking, even if I wasn't, even if I was staying male, I do believe that every person should not have the government dictate over our bodies what we can do with it. If we are going to go into, I don't want to stick on abortion too long, but I wanted to make this point. If we're going to go to the point where we want to say it's illegal to terminate pregnancy, we have to define the very point at which life actually starts. You know, and when is that fetus considered alive? And it has to be legally defined, and it has to be voted on and agreed upon, which is a very difficult thing to propose, but there needs to be a law to govern it. And even if there was, some laws are unjust anyway. But, you know, the fact that never was any federal law that actually defined all this, and all you had was a Supreme Court decision that can be overturned at any time, shows how irresponsible society actually is on certain subjects. I mean, human rights need to be defined right now, here, now, before it's too late. Because we do have certain rights that we cannot question, should not question, I should say. And if life's going to be one of them, we have to decide when is life. And if we're going to include a fetus in that, we have to know when that is. So we can make a law that says you can't terminate past a certain term in the pregnancy. But yeah, there's the abortion aspect that gets on the conservative side, and there's gun legislation, what the right to own a gun, that kind of thing. Always pushing for more gun control. I don't know what to believe of the truth is on that. I've seen like the conservative side claim that there's really strict laws already. Maybe they are. So what does the left mean when they say more gun control. No one owns a gun. I don't know. Is that what they mean? I don't know. I just know the Constitution said that we had the right to bear arms, and if we're going to tear apart the Constitution, we have to have a good reason for it. I mean, there was a reason that that certain amendment was in there, as I understand it, having learned about it, was to allow the citizens of our country to take up arms against our government if we found they were beyond fixing in the corruption side of things. If no one's allowed to do that anymore, I don't know. It's a top one too. But they like to take these hot button topics like that and use it to divide us on one side or the other. It's really sickening. Because there is no easy answer on a lot of it too, and they know that. So most people are just going to do the lazy thing and go to one side or the other. They're not going to try to meet in the middle and try to figure it out. They're just going to yell and scream at each other, say, I'm right, you're wrong, and back and forth they go. Just like with the difference in religion, going back to that, my God's better than your God. You had the right, or I had the right answer, you had the wrong answer. You know, for every good thing about religion, there's a ton of bad things. For every good thing about politics, there's very little good. A true democracy is probably what we need. A complete overhaul of the system where every single person has a vote on every issue and everyone could be involved. And we don't need representatives to do it. We do it ourselves, and we elect certain people to do certain tasks, but we don't let a group of people in in just one central location of the country, that's a small sample size of the overall population of the country, decide where we're going and say they're doing it in the interest of our representation when they actually represent the corporations more than anything now. The people's mindset. Um, yeah, I mean, yeah, Jennifer, that's kind of what I maybe was hitting at there in a long-winded way, in a sense. But you're totally right. You know, we're pushing our own agenda, our own beliefs on other people. Trying to make someone exactly like you instead of being tolerant of the difference. Hey, I mean, you could just boil it down to simply that. And like I said, there's gonna be an exception to which differences we should tolerate and which ones we should not. Common sense needs to roll in that. You deprive someone of their life, you deprive someone of their liberty, you deprive them of their property. You do anything that crosses a line, do something to that person you wouldn't want done to you, then you know you've gone too far, and that's a difference that should not be tolerated. And that's where laws that are in place to police that sort of behavior need to be enforced. Because you're going to have people in society that are just plain evil. Like they want to watch the world burn kind of people. They don't care about others. If we really focused on the true evil and the cause of the true evil that keeps breeding evil, then we could probably stop it for once. Yeah, yeah, I totally right. You know, they don't even try, most people, to see things from your point of view. They just want to keep on pushing theirs. I mean, I know plenty of people like this, and I think it's a sickness, really, that's infected our society. And, maybe even to a certain extent, people like me are actually doing this kind of thing to people too, in a sense. But I'm more on the positive side. I'm, I got something that I believe is right, but I don't push it on people. I mean, that would be the key difference. I'm not on every YouTube channel going, hey, check out the power of belief, check out the law of attraction, etc. I just think if people come and they find my stuff and they want to be here and they have an open mind, great. That's what I'm looking for. And I really do hope the content I'm putting out there is helping people or will help people. It's actually more positive to say that it is helping. If we're going to look at it from the law of assumption point of view. Because I'd hate to think everything I've done was for nothing. Because what I did this for came out of a genuine want to help people. I think it started out with wanting to help more males become females. I mean, truly become females, and females become males. And I mean, I wasn't so focused on the other types of manifestation of body type, and I'll eventually branch out on. I already did with the Fudo one, but yeah, I mean, I think the genesis of it was I see all this division about, there's so much debate about how transgender people want to, and I do too, but I feel the extent of it less because I haven't been out to people. The only time I ever get the attack from it is by being out on here to people. But like in real life, I don't experience this like others do, but like you want to be a different sex than you were born as, and you do everything you can that science says you can do. You never really change your sex because your sex is immutable, according to science, or at least science as it was. Now there's some kind of loosening on the terminology and confusion in people's minds. I mean, and then people think I'm hateful for saying things like, there's a difference between the term woman to me and the word female to me right now, the way that my research understands it. It may not be everybody's word, our definition of the word. I mean, there's a reason we need the word trans in front of woman, so I mean, you have to define things in order to debate them. But for me, a female is a biological thing strictly. It means those that are able to get pregnant, basically. And not every female can get pregnant, but we can't make the exception the rule. And woman is more about the identification of being female. It's a psychological thing. I almost wish we didn't need the word trans in there and just go with that, because I think that would solve some of the problem if we could define things this way and agree about it. But I know there's been research into the neurology of the brain that says that there is a female brain and a male brain. So it may be also a biological thing on what is a woman and what is a man too. So I don't want to be like completely thrown under the bus and attacked for what I just said earlier, but because I'm open to and let my mind changed about how you define something. But I think it's very simple to just say it the way I said it. Who identifies as being female, even if they're biologically not, would be a woman, and the reverse thing for who would be a man. And it's maybe an oversimplification of it, but I gotta believe it has something to do with that because when I think about why I call myself a trans woman, it's because I'd rather be female. That's what's missing. My brain is telling me that that's what I'd be better suited as. It's not who I am, but it's what I'd rather my body be because I think it would make more sense for me. Best way I can put it. But I'm glad you see that I am genuine and what my intent is here. I wish that would be everyone's view of me if it isn't already. Like, I know there's some people who've got ulterior motives out there in the sub community. I don't call anyone out, though. I'm not about starting drama and everything, but I've seen evidence of it. Um, if I had, if I had this as my full-time thing where I was making money doing it, it wouldn't be just to make money, but I would rather enjoy that because I could just sit here to interact with people all day and make a difference in their lives, even if it wasn't through a subliminal. I could have a talk with them. Because sometimes all we need is someone to talk to. Because you feel so alone in this world sometimes when we want to seek out like-minded people too, not to be contrary to what we were talking about earlier, because it feels good to have somebody who understands what you're talking about. But then yet you run the risk of being in an echo chamber too when that happens. And then maybe that could be part of the problem where we don't tolerate a difference. So it's not just helpful to talk to people who are like-minded. It's also helpful to talk to people who are not. Because I think the truth is arrived at when you have people that are on the other side. But if you don't even talk, you have that dialogue, we can't ever fix anything. We can't come to the truth. The truth lies somewhere in the middle sometimes. You say you hate that word too. It's not our problem that we were born with male body and female spirit. Yeah, that's good point there, Jennifer. I was debating what's going on with that because this goes back toward religion a little bit. I mean, I had a discussion with Allie about this. I was like, so if you are religious, and you believe in free will, is it sort of a free will violation for God to put us in the wrong body? Because you would think that would have to be what happened if you're going to say God is against something, like being trans, for instance, or gay. I mean, if he created us the way we are and it's a sin to change, you're going to say God made someone gay and then he's going to punish them for being gay? Or made someone trans and you just got to live your in that body and feel uncomfortable and suffer more than anyone else does? I don't think people could truly understand. I don't want to say, I mean, that's going to be taken out of context, but I think you know what I mean. It's like someone who's not trans doesn't suffer in the same way. If you're comfortable in your own body, you don't have that feeling. I tried to put it on a message board once. I'm like, imagine an episode of The Twilight Zone, where you have a bunch of cisgendered people being forced to transition to the opposite gender, or it have sex change operations that is forced upon you on age 18. Imagine that's the scenario you're facing, and it's the reverse situation for a transgender person. If you could try to put your mind in there, you don't want to be what they're going to change you into in that Twilight Zone episode. So why would anyone who's put in the wrong body want to be in the wrong body? Shouldn't we also be able to be happy with ourselves? You have the right, and so do I. So why are you telling me I can't do that? Why is God going to say, I can't do that? If you believe in free will, then it wouldn't be sinful to change yourself. And God couldn't have put us in the wrong body because that'd be against free will. So did we choose this? Did each one of us choose this before we were incarnated as a learning lesson as to why we shouldn't be this way? I think that makes more sense to me that we chose this than God doing it. That's assuming a God exists. I mean, if God doesn't exist, then I don't know how to explain anything about that. But if we are a spirit and there is a God, I don't think he's going to force us to be this way. I think we must have somehow chose it. And we, at one point or another, decide that we want to undo it. We find a way. In this life or another life. But I really appreciate that, Jennifer. I'm glad that you see that I'm good at it. I'm my own worst critic, though. I'm always questioning whether or not what I put out there is mixed well enough. I play around with my levels on the tones and the theta waves and the subliminal affirmations themselves are not always at the same volume. I had this, for lack of a better term, subconscious, maybe I'm saying it right, thought that I am not able to hear something that's too low in the track, especially when there's all this other stuff going on. So I have to turn it up a bit and just have it at a mumble in the background instead of not heard. And then I sometimes think you can't hear the ultrasonic stuff at all. I mean, your subconscious can't, even though some people say you can. I flip back and forth on the research on it. I've included both types in there. I got the ultrasonics in there and I got the regular turned down ones because I try to cover all bases. And sometimes I feel like I clutter it up too much. But then I see people saying they're having some effect from it. And then I believe I'm on the right track. And then I have my own feelings. Trans and lesbian. I think I've told other people this too, Jennifer, that I might, as a female, in female form, be lesbian. Because I don't see myself liking guys all of a sudden as a female. I know this because I don't look at guys right now and find an attraction at all. I just don't. And oddly though, I'm like, if I were to have an experience with a guy, I don't think it would bother me like it used to either. Oh, but only in female form, I should point out. Like, if that, I don't know how much sense that makes, but it's not like I find them attractive. I don't know, it might be normal for lesbians though. They might want to be curious and try that once or something. But I think, I don't know. Of course, in order to be lesbian, I'd have to be female in body first. So I guess I won't know until I'm actually, but I guess heterosexual male, because technically, scientifically speaking, that's what I mostly would be right now. It's almost the same thing as lesbian in the sense of both like girls. So I don't know. I don't know if there's really too much difference in the psychology of it anyway. But you're saying free will, um, you believe in that, but not from the religion point of view. Yeah, I've had to look at it both ways because I flip flop on, I mean, having the open mind on whether there is a God or not. And if there is, I have to run this through my head and go, well, this wouldn't make sense if God is supposed to have given us free will because that's what everyone says, that we have free will, and that's their answer for why there's evil in the world. So Why? I mean, because the one, it's odd to me that the one thing we don't seem to be able to choose is, well, there's two. Whether we're born in the first place, we don't have a choice on that, apparently, and we don't have a choice on which sex we are, apparently. And if you believe you're a spirit, you would think you would have some kind of choice here. I don't. But if you don't have a choice, you're either saying God forced it, but if there's a feminine spirit and a masculine spirit, like I think, it doesn't make sense for God to say to a masculine spirit, you got to have a female the body, sorry. No, it would make more sense if that masculine spirit said, you know what, I want to try that. I want to try being a female. Just out of curiosity, one time. Curious one time. Then they find out it's not for them. I think that could be just as simple as that. That could be the way that could explain everything. A mistake, but we have a way out because maybe we designed one for ourselves. It's just the degree at which we get out of it depends on what we believe. I believe anyone who, if you is born male that actually wants to be completely female could be completely female if they believe it. That's what I believe. And vice versa. I mean, I know Rosary on my Discord has transitioned all the way herself, baffling even her doctor about what was going on. I know there's people that doubt her story, but I don't. I don't see any reason why she would lie about it. I just don't. I mean, I don't know. I mean, that doctor probably didn't want to keep it hush hush too and didn't want to have a big deal out of it or whatever. I know, and there's a thing called patient doctor privacy too. Another thing people forget about. Doctors aren't supposed to talk about their patients with a bunch of people because it's private. So even if that doctor wanted to. Okay, so yeah, that's good. That's good that I'm making sense on that and not being attracted to males. I mean, I'm so not attracted to males that I don't even like my current male parts. Maybe not to the same extent as, because I don't think I suffer from the same level of dysphoria or dysmorphia as a lot of trans people, because I've been able to function and I don't have these days where I'm just absolutely disgusted with what I'm seeing. I think a lot of that, it helps when I don't look in the mirror. But I hate having to force myself to behave in a male way around people. That much I know. I want to be emotional around people. I want to be like act in many ways like a lot of the females I see act. And I want to be like this happy feminine energy I see a lot of them possess. I have that inside me, but I don't let it out because I guess I fear of how it's going to make me look in people's eyes because I do care about what other people think. It's hard not to. You interact with them every day. You don't want your life to be uncomfortable. So, oh, Rosaria's messaging you right now? Well, yeah, that's awesome. If that's who you're talking about, you should definitely go ahead and chat with her about that. Um, I never really did like go one-on-one chat with her very much since she joined on Discord. I did have some interaction back and forth with her on my comments section before she went over there. That's one thing I hate. I don't have time to talk to people. I wanted to like talk to her some more about um the experience of it and what she can remember, but she says she doesn't remember a lot or anything about being male other than making comments on YouTube. I mean, her reality has literally changed. I think she was talking about how she was having strife with her mom too on being trans, and her mom's starting to call her daughter now, when I think it might have not have been always that way, so it's pretty amazing. Oh, okay. I'm not looking at Discord, so I don't know what's going on. I got a message from somebody. I might peek in there really quick because I left it open. But yeah, she's just in the general room. Okay. Well, you can chat with her there too if you are not already. But she is one of my mods, so she'll be there mostly every day. She's there to talk with people. That's kind of what she does on there other than moderate is answer some questions for me if people have any because I'm not like I said on there all the time that go back and forth with people and like I said it makes me feel bad but working this full-time job and trying to sit in front of a computer all day on top of it just doesn't work for me. I mean I got too much eye strain and mental tiredness. Of course, it's a lot easier for me just to talk right now. My throat is getting dry, so I don't think I've talked this long since the last live stream at work. It's usually short answers with people. And like I was talking about with my, if indeed I am Asperger's, I don't have the inclination to just keep yapping with people on a one-to-one in-person conversation. But let's see here. We had someone else join the server today too. When no one sent me a private message except Rachel. She says her eyebrows are different. I'll have to see a photo of the before and after this because I might be maybe I got an before one around here somewhere. But as long as she's noticing, that's great. I think that reminds me, I looked at my left eyebrow today and I could have swore I did not pluck it out or anything, but I thought it looked more feminine when I was looking at it, like it was thinner. Maybe it is. The right one looked still about the same, but I did feel things on my face the other night. I don't think my eyebrows were one of the areas on my, well, that I was feeling that happened. There was like a tingling in my face and like a numbness almost. And sometimes I'll look at my face and think it looks more feminine too, but then I'm like, oh, maybe I'm just imagining that. I don't know. That's my problem. I began that self-doubt about what I'm seeing, and I probably shouldn't do that. I should just assume that's what I'm seeing and not question it. Because it is. I mean, it could be as simple as that. If you start having any doubt whatsoever about your result, maybe it freezes it and does not allow you to see it. I mean, it's like literally what you, if you don't believe, you won't see. I think it could be that simple. Because I did not believe I was losing weight. That reminds me. Did not think anything about me looked thinner, and my brother-in-law said that it looked like I lost weight. Like, I think other people notice maybe before you do, too, possibly. Hello, Rose. How you doing? Yeah, some sleep. I haven't been to bed yet. I stayed up and did this impromptu live stream. But a lot of fun. I think it got a lot of good points out. Let me be sort of philosophical sometimes. But you're asking Jennifer if I do programming? Well, I went to school for programming. I don't actually do it. That's what I was hinting at earlier. I got this 2-year degree that just feels like a piece of paper. Every time I went to try to get a job in the area, I was told that I don't have enough experience. But you can't get experience until you get a job, right? Doesn't make any sense. Then they go, well, you don't have enough education. We need at least a bachelor's level. And I'm like, you kidding me? I was told this is good for entry level. I can get in with this. No, I don't want to pay for any more school. I already have financial problems already, as I've hinted at before. though, sometimes I just want to, honestly crawl under my bed sheets and, uh, will myself into a better financial situation, but I don't want to tackle my manifestation on two fronts. I think I gotta focus on being female first because I think that's where my happiness, lies. I think everything will just, snowball after that. Because when you're in a happy, positive mood and you're who you're truly supposed to be and what you're truly supposed to be, you're living the right life. Everything that you ever dreamed of also falls into place. You can't try to do too much at once. But what I actually do right now, Jennifer, is I am a cleaner or a janitor or a custodian, whatever you want to call it. I like the word custodian. It makes you feel special sometimes. No, just kidding. But no, just go in a building and vacuum and dust and clean the toilets and etc. Pretty fun stuff. Not really, but the best thing about it though is if you are in a building by yourself, you can with your listen to your subliminals in your ear and especially the music and just get in a groove of things. And I've often felt changes start to happen to me then, and I can start walking and a little more feminine and just put myself in that mindset. Lately, I haven't had that chance, so I've been forced to work with people. I've been doing most of my subliminal listening, well, right around now, actually. I'm not doing it right now, but right around this time, I'd be asleep. I'm surprised I got this much energy right now. Hi, Robert. Nice to see you on. So you were a janitor too, Rose? You need to understand? Yeah, it's good to know. It's nice to meet people that actually get it. I got so many stories I could talk about my frustrations with that job, the things people do and how what kind of messes they make. And I'm like, do you do this at home? I hate to see your house. I don't want to, I'm one to talk though. I mean, do you think I really got any energy in me to clean my own house? That's right, clean other people's buildings and stuff. I mean, I have to try to make an effort, but still, I'm basically trying to do this by myself when I do clean at home because my brother who moved in with me, he's not very helpful. And I'm too nice to him, actually. I don't go up to him and go, hey, you need to start pulling your weight around here, bud. You need to go in there and, I noticed you started the dishes in the sense where you put some water in the sink, but you just left them in there to soak and you're not going to do anything else with them. And what about all your clothes on the floor down by the washing machine? You gonna wash them? He's gonna leave them there. I mean, he's left the same thing there for like, I don't know, going on a month. I'm not gonna wash his clothes. He can do it. He's a grown up. I wash my own stuff. At least he helps out with paying the mortgage. But that's about it. And that's important. No, don't get me wrong. But I'm actually a supervisor, janitor. Not that there's much difference. I mean, everyone else just sees me as a cleaner. Oh, sorry. It's your it's your screen name though. That's why I said that. What do you prefer to be called? See, the problem is when you make a screen name like that, it's hard for me to like assume what name you want to be called. Like I'm just gonna go off of what the screen name says. I mean, you gotta forgive me for that because I mean, there's what we could just leave it at what you prefer to be called, but in the future, make sure you tell me what you prefer to be called in a comment or something. And if I can remember your name, like associated with that, it's just difficult sometimes. And you gotta, I'm like, I've been up since, four, no, not 4:30. I've been up since 2 p.m. yesterday. So my mind isn't always gonna be like in the best mood. And you're saying ask him to be responsible? Now, I'm not all about misgendering. Like, I don't get like pissed off at that, but if you're gonna like call me out for something like that without me even seeing a name to go with it, um, don't turn around and say the wrong pronoun on top of it. That just makes it look worse on your end. And I'm not trying to attack you here, but that was directed at me. It would be more appropriate to say her. Anyway, enough of that. I mean, I'm not trying to like call you out or cause fights or anything. Just so long as we can get past that. Okay, so that's why you're putting that name at the end of everything. So that's what you want to be called. Okay, I get it. Well, I mean, I kind of assumed that, but I didn't want to assume that at the same time. So I, you know, it doesn't matter. I mean, it does, but it doesn't. I'll just move past that. Um, in the future, if I say anyone's name long, like that it's dysphoric for them, and I'm just saying their street name, it's not intentionally being done to like piss anyone off. Just to be clear. Just correct me and just say I prefer this. And hopefully you can remember that. If you know, and if you could change your screen name too. I don't know if that's possible. Please do. Because that's the easiest thing for me is to look at the screen name and use that to refer to people. Um, so anyway, hello to you, that link so Evan. I'm behind now. Rose says, you're frustrated you changed, since you changed, cleaning is very important to you. Yeah. And I don't know if I would be like in the same mindset, but it is, I've noticed since I've gone down this, path, my, frustration with the, cleanliness of the house is grown, like, or the lack of it. I mean, I want to do more, but I'm just so wiped out. Good night, Jennifer. Um, hopefully we'll see you on the live stream. You get some rest, on the next one here, and not this week, because I didn't plan on one this week, but we'll do one next week. And that one was planned, and we got at least one gaming activity. I don't know if I'm playing a game or we're gonna do a group game. I mean, we did Monopoly last time. You don't know how to get rid of your screen name. Is that okay? So let me try that. Let me try this. Is this Jagjeet Cat Cower or Car? I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce it. But yeah, I'll try to get some sleep pretty soon. I'm just there's been other people that have popped on, and I don't want to just be rude and go all of a sudden. I want to make sure that everyone can talk to me. But yeah, I'll get some sleep eventually. Um, You know how weird that would look having a bunch of people pop on all of a sudden. Oh, goodbye. And we're all on different schedules. Ugh, I have to understand that too. Okay, so yeah, I'm glad we're past that. Um, on that Jaggeet, if I'm saying that right. I don't know, is that it sounds like Arabic like sounding name. I don't want to like assume there, but like if it is, that's probably why my pronunciation isn't great, or if it's anywhere in the vicinity or way off target. I'm from the US, so and I'm used to the American English pronunciation, which makes it difficult to even pronounce some British pronunciation. That's how bad it can get sometimes. But you were referring to my brother, not me. Okay, I read that wrong. Lexi? Okay. Hi, Lexi. Oh, you don't know how to change the screen name there? Jaggy? Okay. I can maybe help with, I don't know. I think you could do it. I maybe if I can help you with that, I can show you how sometime here. Because that's where that misunderstanding came from. I'm just going off of what the screen name says, and then of course, like I said, I saw the name at the end and like, well, maybe that's what they prefer to be called, or that's what they're manifesting into. And but but they say about assumptions, it makes an ass out of you and me. We don't want to do that. But then again, I did that at the screen name part, so either way, it didn't work. Um, might have been safer to go with the gut instinct at the name at the end part. Rose says, it's weird because my male self didn't care as much. My boyfriend is starting to think it's funny how my personality changed. So your boyfriend's fully aware that you used to be um male, Rose. And to be clear on that, I didn't really like talk to you too much on this. I assume so. Again, we're talking about the assumption thing, but based on that statement, which would tell me that the reality change, if it's taking place, is only going to affect the people you want it to, or it's just going to affect you slowly over time. I hope that doesn't mean you end up forgetting about uh any of us or anything like that in the end. Of course, Jennifer. Of course, always. Just we'll see you next time. Um Jejit says, if you're always cleaning houses, you can pay someone to clean yours. Who is the person you said doesn't do dishes? The word car? Okay. That makes that easy. I'm getting the first name right, though. Jaggi, right? I assume so. You didn't correct me on it yet. But the person that doesn't do the dishes is my brother of the current reality, if you want to phrase it that way. I mean, he might still end up being my brother in the new reality, depending how this works. I mean, my idea is to keep the same family, so, and the same siblings. I don't know if that's the way it's gonna work, but hi, Phil. Have a good day too. Thanks for stopping in and saying hello. India? Uh, Jeji? Okay. All right, so I was kind of off on the region, but I want to see, try to remember geography. I guess India is kind of in nearby that area. It's more to the east, I think. So there might be some reason why that guess was like that. Oh, okay, okay. Is there any ancestry like in common with India and the Arab nations or anything? Because I'm like having this memory about there being some connection with the two regions. I don't know. I never studied too much world history, only what they teach us in high school. So I got a general understanding of several names of nations and some things, but that's good. It's good I'm helping you, Janji. Um, and I apologize too. Sometimes this voice changer will mispronounce things, even if I say it right. It's just the imperfection of the voice model. I'd prefer, of course, to be speaking with my own voice, but we talk about things that remind me of any dysphoria is like if I'm like talking with my male voice is gonna just keep reinforcing the idea that I'm male. Of course, I'm hearing myself right now talk, but I think this kind of helps with my pretense in a way. At least you're hearing what I would prefer you hear or something close to it. Is this okay? So this is a new thing that we're that I'm because I've noticed a couple other people do this too, where they're putting their desired female name at the end of their comment. I've noticed. So in which case, if I apologize in advance to the other person that I did that to when I was reading comments earlier, I don't remember who that was right now. Um, should have trusted my gut instinct on that, like I said. But we talk about like I'm in a different position because I got no choice about which name I'm going to be called by most people around me. Well, I do have a choice, but right now I'm choosing just to go with the pretense of the male name. And so, in that sense, it does not bother me like to the point where I feel dysphoria at it. At least not in the same way that you would. I do notice though that as I've continued in my subliminal listening, the feeling when someone says my male name is giving me something. Uh, not, I mean, starting to approach that in a sense where it's kind of bothering me in a sense. But I understand the reality of the situation, for lack of a better term, where I have not given them a female name to use and I'm not out as trans to them. So it would be weird for me to say, you know what, I'd prefer you call me Bethany. And then it would take everyone completely by shock in the people around me that in my day-to-day life. And of course, then it opens up the can of worms about you don't look like a Bethany or a Beth, you know? Anyway, enough about that. You know what I'm talking about. I'm sure you do. Um, I want to skip over something though. Let's see. So I am helping you. That's good. That's my goal is to help everyone. And I'm not perfect, obviously. Uh, you know, the funny thing is, tangentially, I don't really meet a lot of trans people, such as myself, in my day-to-day life. Um, those I have met, I have not formed a friendship with because they seem, I don't know, scared of me, for lack of a better term. And it's always surprising because I'm very friendly and open, but there's this quiet reservedness about them. And I don't try to do generalizations on people, but that's what I noticed the people in this area. I think as progressive as the United States gets with the transgender experience, there's still a lot of closeted people like me. And those who are not are, I guess, afraid to open up too, probably. But fear of being judged just as I'm feared of being judged, or I fear being judged. Let's see what else we got. Okay, so I got the first name right. And car, okay? That's actually easier. I guess, like the U throws me off on that. Because I can't think, that's like, what other word? Like Bauer. There's a, like a spelling the last name Bauer that'd be like spelled similar to that. And then you're just trying to guess what it sounds like. But that makes sense. Jagjeet car. Okay. What happens with past altering? You're asking, what does that affect the family? India is not that far from Arabia. That's what I was thinking, and it wasn't that far. So my high school geography didn't fail me too much. I got a general idea where everything's at. I don't think I could name all seven. Oh no, was it heavy continents or 7, 8? I can't name all the continents. Let's put it that way right now. At the top of my head, maybe not. I won't try at the moment. If I thought about it, maybe I could. But does it affect the family? The intention is that it can, to answer your question, the way I had scripted it. Honestly, in the final version, I did not specify what happens with your family. What I basically scripted was, because I did that in previous versions, I said basically your family is the family you want to have. But I left it like a general, I wanted to reduce the amount of affirmations put in there. So I had one that was encompassing of everything. Basically, the universe and I and my subconscious are working together to create the best possible outcome that I desire. And all of this. So I thought that was a great encompassing statement to make, and that covers all bases. Of course, if anyone wants a custom one, I would, of course, put in specific things that you want. And they're like, I want this family, I want to be born on this day, so on and so forth. But my philosophy is the more you've got, the harder it is for your subconscious to keep up and remember. And because repetition is important, you got to keep having it bounce in there over and over and over. So the more statements we got, the more of that we got to do, the more tired your subconscious can get, the more tired your spirit can get. And if you're physically exhausted and mentally exhausted, emotionally exhausted, that's not the time to try to manifest anything. That's the time to rest. Which is probably my problem. I'm probably out so late at every night trying to clean things, and whatever manifestation I've managed to do while I was cleaning, if I could listen to a subliminal or whatever, I got very little energy left, so whatever I can do before I fall asleep is what I'm gonna do, and that's probably why my dreams involve my male self and very little involve my female self. And when I get a dream that involves me as a female, I get excited about it because it makes me feel like I've gotten closer. Sometimes I have a feeling that I'm always female in my dreams. I'm just not perceiving it that way, if that makes any sense. Because I've spent so long perceiving myself the other way, then, of course, when I dream, that's the way I would appear to be in myself. But if you try to look at your spirit differently in your dream, and try to tell yourself that you're changing your dream self too, maybe that'll start manifesting more dreams where I see myself as I truly am. in spirit. That's the theory I've been tugging around in my head. I don't do that enough. I've been focused on changing the body. I haven't really, well, I don't need to change my spirit. You know what I mean? Like your perception of your spirit inside your dreams, specifically targeting that. I think there's something to dreams being a reflection of reality too. So if you can start manifesting in your dreams, it'll reflect in reality a bit sooner. Some people say anyway. Bit long-winded there, but let's scan out what we got left. Looks like Rachel's joined us. So you're not from India, Jaggeet. See, you were born in New York City. Your family came from Russia and Poland long time ago. Have you, so you've been doing your own attempts on how to sound like a female yourself, I'm guessing there. I think we all had at some point. We tried it. I failed. My vocal cords don't cooperate. Like the best I can approach, the best attempt. I think I talked about this in my last live stream that was planned. Unlike this one, I asked like something approaching Michael Jackson would be the best way to put it. That's what it was sounding like to me. I'm like, I don't want to sound like that. I mean, it's getting up there in the pitch, but that was just a very high-pitched male voice is what it was, because there were still male vocal cords. And that's not what I want to aim for. I want to sound genuine and authentic. So changing the body, changing my vocal cords, transforming completely, that's where I'm going for. I'm not, or what I'm going for, not where. Where I'm doing for, I don't know where. I know what. Hopefully my sense of humor comes out in the voice model. This one's better than the other one I was using. No one guessed that one, by the way. You still get a free subliminal of the VIP nature if you can. This one you probably won't be able to guess because it's not a celebrity. It's just a generic person. I think they recorded like 40 hours of their voice. So it's genuinely a pretty good model. It probably picks up more of my inflections. And if I'm sounding like inflection-wise a female, then maybe I talk more like a female than I give myself credit for. It's just, I sound female with a male vocal cord, maybe. And maybe I just don't notice. Yeah, um, that's a good point there, Jaggy. The idea that I mean, I tend to look at it as I'm pretending I'm pretending to be like a man is the best way to put it. Um, I'm not pretending to be a woman. I mean, that's not questionable. Like I'm definitely a woman in the sense that I can define woman, which people may disagree with my definition. I don't like having to put the word trans in front of it. But it's become necessary for society to differentiate. I don't think I think if we defined the way woman, the word woman meaning the way I see it, like someone who identifies as being female, whether they're female or not. If we all agreed on that, that solves the problem. You can get rid of the word trans and then a woman's a woman. It's just, and then if you want to get specific about that, you'll know when someone's female. Sometimes, obviously, when people are transitioning, it's going to be obvious when they haven't fully transitioned. But all that aside, in an ideal world, what I would prefer is some kind of magic machine we could all step into and make this a non-issue. A female's a female, a male's a male. A woman is a woman, a man is a man. It just, the races all need to explain it. And if I could ever manifest such a machine, you better bet anyone that wants to step in, that machine would be going in free of charge if I owned it. I don't care how long it took to get that entire line through. Everyone would just You know, it'd give me great pleasure to be able to do that for people and make them instantly happy. That'd be the ideal thing I'd want to accomplish. I'm doing what I can with this subliminal messaging and trying to spread the word on the law of attraction for those who find this, but I got more lofty goals in the sense where I wish I could just manifest that machine and get the shortcut in a sense. Uh, is Bethany what I want to be called, thy? Yeah, that's the name that I've been trying to, well, not trying to, I'm not trying to manifest the name, but that's the name that was comfortable to me when I was imagining what would my female name be. And I kind of arrived at that from a guess because my parents gave me a B name as with my male name, and I'm like, well, if I'm a female, and they would probably give me a B name too, because they were going in alphabetical order when they named their kids, right? So I'm like, well, what name would kind of honor my mother? Because maybe she would want, because her name's got Beth in it, so maybe she would use, maybe not give me her name, but give me a name that had part of her name in it. There's just kind of I arrived at it logically. And then when I did that, I started loving the name. I'm like, Bethany, totally, that's me. That's the true me. Not the other B name I was given as a male, but Bethany. And I don't care if people call me Beth. I mean, that's fine. Beth is good too. The shorthand. So I'm good with either one. Yeah, Jaggy, or Jagjeet, sorry, that's uncomfortable. Like, I understand, because like I was talking about before, I'm starting to get that in a way where I hear my male name and I'm like, because I've gotten this other persona when I'm online, you know, and I'm like half in to the female mindset or the women mindset to be more, I guess, maybe they're one and the same in the sense because they're like I was talking about how I define the word. Like it's tied together. You identify with being female, therefore you are in a sense female, if that makes sense. I mean, not biologically actually yet, but you're trying to make that happen, like we all are. Um, but yeah, it is a pretty name, and I just it'll be so nice, I think if I were out, it would actually be easier for me to manifest the change. Because then I don't have to hide this to the outside world and I could start acting like I want to, and then change would come faster. But I think I'm kind of stuck in a scenario where I'm going to have to do it a different way. But to start looking more female before I start acting more female. Give kind of that would have no choice at that point. And maybe I'll play it off as if I have no idea what's happening to me, and maybe it's a hormonal thing and I'm going with it or whatever, and that might soften some of the blow. I don't know. It's one of those dilemmas. Ah, I wish I could be as comfortable as everyone else with the outward part of this, but I think we're all different on our comfort level. Well, I know we are. Rose said, sadly enough for me, I don't respond to my male name. Um, you never told me what that was. You don't have to. Um, but you mean in the sense that you like, is anyone saying it anymore? Or you mean nobody's saying it? Or when they do say it, like, it doesn't cause a reaction? That's probably what you mean. Uh, Jagjit says, you look very female to me. How do you look in your daily life? Well, the profile picture is nowhere near how I look. Well, let me take that back. Um, the eyes are pretty close. Um, But, and maybe the face shape, sort of. The reason I arrived at that particular picture is it was the ideal female me when I looked at it, especially when the eyes captured me. Well, there's a previous version of this that, like, I took the face from her and I put it on someone else's picture, basically, and it kind of changed the look of the face a little bit, and this is what I ended up with here. The original picture was kind of going down that idea, and it evolved into this, but I'd be fine with this version or the previous girl, or is just as pretty and beautiful as I can be as the female me when I fully change. I know if I'm not quite happy with the way I look then, which I can't imagine I wouldn't be, but if I wasn't, I know I can change it. You can change literally everything. I've told myself I'm okay just with, manifesting into any female version of myself in appearance and then working on it from there. I have not tried to get picky about it. But maybe I should. I don't know. Maybe that would help if I did and I got more decisive on it. But I've been trying to go with the flow. But yeah, I think it's more the eyes than anything that are the closest thing to that face. That's what drew me in. Oh, let's see. I'm just skimming through. See if I don't want to miss anything. Like I lost my place. I'm gonna scroll up. And I might have missed some of this stuff here. Let me just, sorry, people. Let's see. Yeah. I didn't know what happened there. I lost my place. It's okay. Okay. Don't be afraid America is accepting us. That is true. There's been a greater acceptance of trans people in America. But there's still a long way to go because I think transgender people such as ourselves have been, well, I don't want to assume everybody in the chat is, but I think most of us are being used as a weapon in the 50-50 divide and conquer tactic that the governments like to do. It fits neatly into the liberal side of things to be trans, and then the conservatives would attack it. I hate that, but that's what's going on. So laws are being written and overwritten based on whether you're trans or not. And then there's a push in the news to be accepting, and it's angering conservatives more than liberals. I really hate it. I wish we could just let people be happy to make it simple. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, you don't even remember what your male name was? Rose? Okay. You don't even know if it was like an R name or anything. You don't remember at all, I'm guessing. Because you did use the no male memories. So that would erase that. Maybe you arrived at the name Rose or Rosary in the same way that I arrived at Beth or Bethany. Took an R name and that you were given as a male and you came up with a female name that you liked. Could be like that. But if you don't remember, well, you don't remember, obviously. That's just speculating. Rachel does not remember your male name either. I see that. Jagjit says in India it sounds like core, in America it sounds like car. I don't want past altering to affect mom or my friends. Maybe they remember me as female. I think it does like whatever you want it to do there. As far, just keep in mind what you want. Think about what you really want and what you're manifesting, and I think this subliminal will do its work correctly. You just got to have it in mind. It's like I was saying with my problem. Maybe I don't keep it in mind very much, then just very general. But there's the affirmation about making the best possible outcome too. So maybe it's kind of, you can just let it do its thing and just believe it and just be patient. But it can't hurt to keep things in mind too. Your subconscious will remember what you want as long as your desire for it is strong enough. If you don't care about something, then you might manifest a general result. For all I know. I know the way I designed it, but the way you design something isn't always the way it works, because everyone is different. Rose says, for the altering, my family doesn't remember me as male. My family disowned me. And our last month, recently, all called me apologizing, asking my girl name. So it does in my experience. Okay, so that's kind of where I am. Was that thinking what you were saying earlier about what happened to your mom? I guess I assumed it was a full reality change in the sense where she all of a sudden started calling you her daughter and had no memory of you being like the other. So I don't know if that's, but it sounds like they have a memory that you were male before, maybe, or maybe they don't. But they did, or maybe they do, because what you're saying, they apologize for it. It doesn't matter though. I mean, you've changed all the way. And you got your family back at accepting you, which is the target. I think that's one of the biggest painful things about this. And I haven't gone through it yet, obviously. But a lot of people go through this for their family basically disowns them, alienates them when they're saying something as simple as, and it's more complex than this, but it's very simple sounding. I'd rather be a girl or I'd rather be a boy, depending on which direction you're going in. Because that is how I'm happy. And then do you think that you'd expect the reaction should be from family that, well, I love you, and if that's going to make you happy, I support you because I want you to be happy. No, no, that's not what you get though. Not in every case. Credit to those who do give you that, but most people are just, well, I didn't raise you as a girl, and you weren't born as a girl, and God says you can't change that, etc., etc. So I'm going to turn my back to you. I don't care about your happiness. That's basically what they're saying. And they excuse it. So without going through it, I understand. That's probably what keeps me from being out myself as much as I want to be. It actually, I don't know, it's getting increasingly more of an urge for me just to give in, honestly. I mean, this is the closest I can get right now is like a live stream, but I've found myself getting more emotional lately too, and I have given in. Of course, the emotions I've got are the sadness variety of something goes wrong in the day and someone's mistreated me, and I almost start crying. I want to let loose and just let it out. But I have this psychological thing, and this makes me aware that I'm trans going all the way back to when I was a kid. Like, I was more easy to cry when I was younger, and I got made fun of for it. So I haven't expressed tears as much. I feel like if I would have, then I would have known about myself a lot sooner and figured it out. Everything starts to click together at some point. You put all the pieces together. Maybe I was comfortable. Well, I don't want to say comfortable. Maybe I lived so long and as my male, in my male body, uh, acting like the man people expected me to be instead of the woman I truly am, that I guess there was a version of comfortability that I just got stuck in my head. So it was maybe that's why it's been easier for me than some people. And I wouldn't wish like the most comfortable feelings of dysphoria upon anybody, not having gone through it, but understanding as best as I can what that would be like. Because I can only know what I've experienced, and my levels are just clearly not the same. And no one deserves to go through that or feel that kind of hurt. No one does. Um, Subconscious, Jagjit says subconscious can handle a lot of subliminal affirmations. See, I think we're all different on that. Um, I know mine just seems to be overloaded. It might be my fatigue level with my mind coupled with work, physical, maybe just wanting to sleep, and or it could be that I'm not looking at my dreams correctly and interpreting them in the right way. If I tried to look at them through my feminine mindset instead of filtering them through the reality that I'm faced with when I'm awake for the most part, maybe I would start putting the pieces together there and try to figure out what it's telling me. I mean, there's sometimes it's so clear what it's telling me. I didn't tell anyone this yet. This is not quite on the same point, but I had a dream where I actually predicted the future recently. Um, it was when I was making past altering final music version. The night before that I had a dream and I asked, I might have talked about the magic pen that dropped out of the sky that dream. This is the night before I had a dream about that. And I went, this pen, you'd ask it a question, and it would answer any question you wrote. And I asked it, how do I become female? It asked me why. Like, it didn't answer right away. It wanted to know. It's like, because I believe I'm a feminine spirit. Then it answered the question. And then it gave me an answer that included musical notes, as like it was talking about a song. And then it presented brief images, like on a video screen somehow. I think it was on a notepad I was writing. Might have been a computer and I was just seeing it as a piece of paper in my mind or something, but it flashed like an image of Goofy from like the Disney cartoons. And I thought maybe that was talking about Wish Upon a Star. And it reminded me of the dream that I had where I wished upon a star and then the star came into my hand as if my wish were granted. And I thought that's where I was going. And maybe I had to recite the wish upon a star thing, but change the words like, I wished upon a star, it came true, no matter how far, it said, etc. I'm not going to like say the whole thing, but I actually started writing this, but that's a tangent I don't want to go on. But the point is, the next day, what did I do? I worked on the music version of Past Altering, final, and I published it. And before I went to bed, I kid you not, I went on to my phone. Random video popped up. I think it was something about The Simpsons. Had no clue Disney was on it or of any type. And then I start playing it and it's a parody of Goofy. He shows up on the video right before I go to bed. Those two things, there's no coincidence here. Those two things connect. I somewhat got a prediction from the future. Or I got a future prediction from a dream of what was going to happen the next day. And somehow or another, that's my answer to how do I become female. I don't know if it was just the universe or whatever was trying to prove to me once again that there is something to dreams and to not ignore the answer. And maybe that's telling me I have to listen to music and reconnect with music, and maybe my affirmations work best with music. Because I remember back when I had my hip change, I was listening to music version more. And I had been denying that for the longest time. It's like, it can't be that. It can't be that. Well, maybe it is. So I'm sticking strictly with music right now as far as the masking wear. And I'm using that full version I published. And that's what I'm doing exclusively. I'm not doing any other subliminal for myself. I'm to see how it goes. But I'm open to any other ideas of how to interpret that. But I know there was definitely a future prediction on the next day, even if it didn't manifest in the way I expected it to. The the elements were there. And there were the one thing I could not predict, because I controlled making the past altering music version, but I did not control what was going to pop up in that video I watched. I didn't seek out an image of Goofy, just like in my dream. So, anyway, long-winded way of talking about something interesting, but I don't want to miss like people's comments here. I'm just gonna start picking a few out and instead of reading every single one of them at this point. Because at some point I do have to get to bed. I think I'll go maybe another hour at most here. I'm just gonna probably sleep in, is what I'm gonna do. My voice is gonna need rest as well. But let's see. Okay. Jed Jeet says, it feels like to me that you want to be completely a woman. Is that correct? I want to be to be feminine, female woman. Well, to answer that question, my body needs to be female, obviously, because I believe a woman is someone who identifies as being female, whether they are currently or not. It encompasses both versions of a woman, for lack of a better phrase. And not only that, I want to be able to express my feminine spirit in that female body. I want the total thing. I feel like being in a male body confines my feminine spirit in an unnatural way. Growing up in a male body, being expected to be male and act like a man has confined my spirit and beat it down somewhat, you know? It's like trying to put a round peg in a square hole. Or the other way around. I mean, you know, depending on the size of it, it might fit, but that's not the point. There's going to be gaps. It's not going to fit perfectly. And those gaps for me and maybe other trans people, both those born in male bodies and wishing to be a female and vice versa, those gaps need to be filled. And the only way to fill them is to be the right shape. I think I put it perfectly. You can't force a square to be a circle. If you are a feminine spirit, you ought to be feminine in body. And the very definition of femininity to me is female. I mean, that's what it's supposed to be. You know, I'd even go as far as to say it's quite possible that any feminine expressing person probably might be female. Or at least should be. But again, I don't want to generalize. Hold on one second. I'll be right back. I got my phone ringing in the other room. I just want to make sure it's not an important call. Should I take a second? Yeah, it wasn't not important, but as the mortgage company wanting their payments, well, I'm still missing part of it, so I can't pay it right now. Anyway, where was I? Trans people will be banned from sports. Or it looks like it. No, that's another one of those things that they did put out there in the public mind to try to divide people further. I'm of two minds on this. I mean, I gotta be, because I have to try to be in the middle opinion. I mean, obviously, someone who is born in a male body, who is a trans woman like me, if I were like the very definition of a masculine body, is it fair for me to go compete with those born naturally as a female? Like someone who's already what I'm aiming for and compete in the same sport? If you're going to take me as I am in that hypothetical, I don't know that it is. I don't know that that's a fair thing. You got, I understand that aspect of it, but I also understand we can't control that or we seemingly can't control their spirit got placed in the wrong body. So on that hand, there ought to be some happy medium we can arrive at here. And that's why I just wish we had this magical transformation machine that everyone could step into and it no longer is an issue. So stupid things like that don't have to be. Well, I don't want to like minimize if the state's completely stupid, but you know what I mean? It shouldn't even be something that is debated or have to be debated. But it's unfortunately the change is so slow that we have to think about it. Or at least it is seemingly so slow. But we've had people that have reported to have changed in like a year, if they're really completely involved in it. And you can imagine the people without hormone therapy and blockers going too, that it's to start changing the body, but it might take a while. So there at least has to be an agreement that there can't be any unfair advantage going on by the time that person competes, to be fair about it. It's either that or we have to have co-ed sports and just understand that, you could get the perfect mix of those who are naturally female, those who are naturally male, regardless of what their gender is, and have them compete together in a sport. I don't know. I'm just offering a hypothetical solution without waiting for someone to transition. And then you could have other sports that are divided as they had traditionally been divided. Those who are genetically speaking female, those who are genetically speaking male, those of the X chromosomes, those of the XY. Even talking about this, I feel like I could be pushing the wrong button on somebody. But I'm trying to approach it from two ends. Because I think we have to. I don't think there's one right or wrong answer. I think there's truth somewhere in the middle. Okay. Been trans for 9 months. Started in 1975, but wasn't able to live female. Well, I think the living female aspect of it, or living as the woman that you are, is very important to getting the changes to be rapid in most people, if not everyone. It's like your law of attraction works that way. You have to be in the mindset that you already are something. And if the word female is synonymous with woman to you, if you're in that mindset and you're living as a woman, living as a female, everything just clicks. Regardless of whether you're having hormones to go with it and you're put in your body or not, I think it just clicks. And you change. And how the extent to which you change is all dependent on you and what you believe happens. I truly believe that. But yes, voice is important. I think because we hear ourselves every time we talk. So obviously we need to be able to hear what we are internally on the outside of us too. And I hate, like, I sound more like I hate the word real voice. I'd like to think what you're hearing is my real voice or close to it. The inflections are definitely there. I'm not as expressive as I'd like to be sometimes. I think I'm getting better, but um I just hate when I'm hearing the voice as it sounds to me, and it sounds deeper when I'm hearing it than it actually sounds to everyone else. And how it sounds to everyone else is good because it's closer to what I want to be, but I'm hearing it deeper. You know what I mean? It's one of those things that bugs me. I think it's getting worse as I'm talking too. I don't know if that's translating on the voice model, but it could be. And if it is, well, we're just gonna have to live with it. Because I said about an hour left. Then I'm gonna call her quits. Or call it quits. But we could use random genders on what we're quitting. I don't know how many times I've used to say call it quits, and I said call her quits. I called my wife quits. So I mean, it would be technical to say that. Or I rather she called me quits. I think I've told that story partially before, how she just left me and and abandoned me basically. Took my two cats who I loved, left me with the dog I love. So at least I got one of the animals. Claimed she found out she was asexual. And that's why she left me. She doesn't want the attachment to me. They couldn't follow through on the divorce, so I have to still call her my wife in a sense, because lawfully she is. That bugs me. I wanted it when I was sad for a time though, because it caught me off guard, and I did love her, and in some ways I still do. I don't think you ever stop loving someone, but I've had to let her go. But it's hard to completely let go of her when she won't finalize the divorce and move her own way, and there's still a tie. It's her birthday today too. I didn't forget that. You know what? I'm gonna text her and say happy birthday, even though she didn't say it to me on my birthday. I'm the better person because I can still do that. I even wished her happy Thanksgiving recently, happy Easter, Merry Christmas. Because that's me. That's the kind of person I am. And there's nothing wrong with being that way. I'm just gonna skim ahead a little bit because there's a backlog. I don't want to ignore everybody, or anybody rather. I obviously don't want to ignore everybody. That'd be terrible. See? There goes my misspeaking late in the stream. I do that from time to time. But I don't want to ignore anybody. And just move forward and answer another question. Oh, it scrolled too far ahead. Okay, Rachel, you said that this sounds like a video game girl voice. Yeah, I'm way behind in the conversation from what you guys are hearing, but that's the consequence of me dragging on about stuff. Guess it's gonna happen sometimes. I don't know if she actually is. Her voice sounds like it could be. She certainly spent 40 hours training the model. So, let's see. Judgy says, stop using the word pretend. We are who we are. There is no pretend. Well, again, like I was saying, the word pretend is being used. I'm pretending to be something I'm not, in the sense where I have to pretend to be a man when I'm not a man. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. I'm not saying I'm pretending to be a woman, you know? Unless you're talking about the voice pretense, which is obviously correct technically, because the magic that's making this happen is well, is that a pretense? We're not pretending it exists, but it's like I'm sort of pretending this is my voice or that you're hearing, which is helpful for me in a sense. It would be even more helpful if I didn't have to hear what I sound like as outside of it, but you get what I mean. I hope. If you don't, I have a miscommunication issue, which wouldn't be the first time. Uh, Gender is who we feel we are. Sex is our physical body, Jagjeet says. Yes, that's one way to put it on what I was saying earlier about the word woman and what it means and what the word man and what it means is it's basically what I was saying, how the not exactly, but very similar. Like a woman's gonna feel like they should be female or they are female. A man's gonna feel like they should be male or are male. And then there's this whole idea about the two words man and woman meaning like a societal aspect of it too, of the roles of each word and what they traditionally have done. And I don't really subscribe to that because that overcomplicates it. I think it's really is like the way we want to mean it now really is comes down to the mind aspect of it, what we believe we should be, what we are, versus our biology and how the two meet together. In an ideal world, in a perfect world, like I said, it'd be some machine you could just step into and you could fix it. Whatever's broken. Anything that's broken. Not just your sex, but any broken part of your mind or body you could just fix. That would be wonderful. We could have an easy button. Imagine a world like that, though. It might actually be nice for a while, but maybe strife in the world is what keeps us going. You know, if the world's too perfect, maybe it's not great. Maybe it becomes bad over time. I don't know. We always talk about these hypotheticals and philosophy and what actually would happen. I would prefer a world with no struggle, though, in a sense. Not in the things we shouldn't struggle with, anyway. Struggling with your sexual, your gender identity and what sex you are versus the one you want to be shouldn't be something you should be struggling with. It should be, I feel one way, I'm in the wrong body, I'm going to fix it. Something like that. If there's something broken in your brain, you should be able to fix that. Got a comment here. I already done this once in the stream. I don't want to do it again. So I'm going to address you by your screen name. If you prefer something else after I do, I'll just let me know. But I got James Sherman here saying, because I don't know how else to refer to you right now. I'm still having trouble with my weight distribution. Estrogen stops at my waist. Help me, Bethany. Again, just tell me your female name if you want me to address you that way. I had no clue what it was based on that. What I can advise you on that, the way I'm understanding the way it's working for me, I think I got a similar issue. My changes seem to be in the lower half of my body at all right now. I got some changes in my legs, upper legs. Some of my hair on my legs is just naturally gone and smooth. It's not a lot, but there's stuff going on there. My walk has become a little more feminine, whether I'm trying to do it or not. It's there. Probably a consequence of my pelvis changing still, because I think it totally is. I think it's slowly working its way there. I look in the mirror and I see it. So I know where you're coming from. I got that same thing where that's where it seems to be. Um, I think your body changes in the way it needs to change for you. If that makes sense to you. I think it's just what your body is doing that works specifically for your situation. And if you think of it like all of you will change or is changing, already changed, depending how you want to phrase it, at some point. And it's just a matter of going with it. Don't stress about you're not seeing a specific thing you're expecting. Just thank the universe for the changes you already have. Imagine the estrogen going where it needs to and trust the process. That's the best I can do. And that's totally coming out of thin air with me on try to give you advice, because as much as I want to know everything on this, I'm just going with my gut advice on that. For all I know, I could have told you completely wrong. And you should, for all I know, you need to focus on trying to, imagining that distribution going a different place to your body and try to force it not to go there. But I'd say just go with it. I just say that's what your body needs to do. It knows what needs to change and what order to change it. And maybe it's unique for everybody. Because our biology and this stuff is different between each person, even though we're all human. We have different DNA, different appearances, and our bodies developed in different ways, the ones that we currently have. Jagjit says subliminal. The subliminals are very good, especially the woman in the red dress and the female spirit one. Woman in the red dress is I'm trying to remember which one that is specifically. Is that the newest ones I did, the final, past altering final, or because I think I've used that in at least one other one. The original picture of past altering final was going to be a girl in a red dress too, but I changed it up. And maybe I don't remember which picture I used on the final version. Maybe I still did. But in any case, I'm glad that you find them affected. The feminine spirit acceptance one is, I felt that was very important, because I think we tend to question from time to time the idea of the spirit in general and forget that we are feminine spirits, and then we tend to focus on the body. And I've said it before, I don't think the body is us, right? I think we're contained within the body. I think it's a vessel. If we start thinking of ourselves as a spirit and we realize we are feminine spirits or female spirits, however you want to word that, but it's pretty much the same thing the way I'm looking at it. That can help condition us to be welcoming of being feminine and accepting what it means to be feminine and female. That energy, getting on the same frequency wave of that alone can unstick a stubborn mind, I think. If you stuck with that for a while and listened to that exclusively, and then went to a male to female general script, it might be more effective that way, because you've gotten past one of the barriers. And there might be some other ones there. Now, like I said, chakra balancing is good. If you should do that once in a while and get everything in balance and not try to give too much attention to one chakra. Right now, I think I'm giving too much attention to my throat chakra, because I'm doing a lot of talking and it's getting tired. But, it's all right. It's unavoidable because that's what we're doing here. But I include like a chakra balancing. The intention was to include it with every subliminal going forward, but I'd have to double check to see if that's what I put in the latest versions. I think I've said this already earlier in the stream, but for those that just came on, I need to see what I'm doing because the intention was to give that tone throughout the experience to make sure we're always clearing that and balancing them and healing them. Because it keeps our manifestation energy balanced too. And that could be going back to James's comment earlier. I still didn't see the like a new name pop up in there. So again, I apologize. But because I haven't scrolled down far enough if it did. But the idea could also go back to that. Maybe that's an answer for you right there. Maybe your the chakra down there. I think that's a sacral. I could be wrong. Like that down there could be giving too much focus, and that's why you're having development down there at the waist area. And maybe lower parts of your body. And maybe balancing your chakras will allow a balanced transformation to happen. I don't know. Just a hypothetical theory there to go with that is a possible second answer. Apologize to Jaggeet here. I don't remember what I was saying I was uncomfortable about. If the general idea of acting like a woman, maybe that's what I was talking about. Because I've explained my situation. I'm behind, I might have already like addressed that when I was talking because I can kind of rant a bit. But you also say the biological transition is a process. Some people like hormones, they're fast. Yeah, and I think if you combined the hormone therapy with subliminal listening, you could have even faster chances of this going, or even faster changes rather. But that's not medical advice to do that for anyone. Obviously, I'm just giving a hypothetical. I don't know of any cases where that's true, but it seems in theory like it would make sense. But it's totally a process, though. I mean, every process has a specific steps it must take. And like I was talking about earlier, I don't think it's going to be identical for everybody, especially since our bodies develop differently initially. Stream going okay? I noticed we had dropped one viewer. I don't know who it was. Maybe I'll find out if I scroll down. How will your mom and dad remember you? Well, like I was talking about earlier, Jagdeed, I think that would be up to you, how you want them to remember you based on the way I scripted it, bringing about the best possible result. Rose is not Jennifer Rose, they're not the same person. That might have already been answered. I'm way behind. There probably be other people that joined. I'm trying to catch up. Trying to get to as many people as I can before 10 o'clock my time, so I got 40 minutes. Dun -dun -dun -dun. Where are we at? Sometimes it scrolls down too far. Martha joined us. Glad to hear that you think the voice is okay. Um, so, again, I didn't see if you corrected me, James, Sherman, but if you did, I apologize. I kind of scrolled through a bit fast. If you have a different name you'd prefer. I'll just go by the street name if I don't see. That's the general rule I'm a thumb. If I don't see, like, if you haven't changed your screen name, we could do it like Jaggeet Dead, where you could put your female name at the end of your comment. And that could be my cue to refer to you as that. Say, where did you leave? The conduct of the residents, their comments. Which, like a Discord server? I think I missed it. My Discord? I mean, I like to think that I keep, I mean, I don't watch every comment, but I have good mods there, and I'd never seen anything get out of hand there that I've been aware of. So I don't know what conduct that you're referring to. If there's some, like, there's an issue there, you can, you can contact me on Discord and bring it to my attention. Because I don't remember anything going on. That's what I'd prefer, is people actually contact me if there's a problem. But that's what I can say about that. Martha says, sorry, Bethany, I'm looking for a woman that will accept me as being post-op. Why accept you that way? I don't know what you mean by that. I mean, I'm not unaccepting of people who have had the operation and had the hormone replacement therapy. I mean, I don't know where I gave that impression. If I did give that impression, I didn't mean to. I was just simply saying that in an ideal world, I mean, I might go back to that. In an ideal world, we could all just step into the machine and actually change. And I don't mean that, no, like, it's just gonna sound wrong, but because, like, biology speaking, I mean, you're not female, like, in the sense of, like, biology terms. When you have the operation, you still have the chromosomes. It's not like a complete change in that sense. And I don't mean to, like, be like, I'm not trying to be like an insult. Like, it's not trying to be an insulting thing by saying that. I'm not trying to be hurtful. Like, at all. It's just, that's the way it works. Like, I'm not saying you're any less of a woman. That's not what I'm saying. It's just, biology is saying that you don't actually change when you do operation. And I know that's been a hot button, hurtful thing. Like, I've said that kind of thing before, and it always throws me for a loop when I say that to another trans person, and they think I'm trying to be hurtful when I'm not. I'm not invalidating them. Like, because I wouldn't like that either. Like, it's all about how I'm comfortable too. It's like, if I can't myself, because everyone's different. I can't go through post-op myself and take a bunch of hormones and go about it that way and feel fully changed. It's not going to do it for me. I need more than that. If it's enough for you and if it's enough for everyone else, that's great. That goes through it. And I'm not invalidating anything. I hope that makes sense so you understand where I'm coming from. It's more of a personal thing. Not aimed at anything to be hurtful. That's why I don't go around trying to say that too much either, because I know that it can, and I don't want to do that. So maybe I misunderstood what you were saying. Because you're saying I'm awesome down here. So I don't know. Maybe I just stuck my foot in my mouth and said something that I like, because like I said, I've said that before and it came across the wrong way, and I totally don't mean it that way, I swear. It's like, anyway. Jagjeet says your wife is gone. Well, you're not a male, so that's good. Well, you become friends now with women girlfriends. Well, technically, like, I am, biologically speaking, in a male body. I'm not denying that aspect of things. Yet saying I'm not a man, like I can say that. I mean, it's a term definition. Since how I'm looking at it. And maybe I need to change how I'm looking at it. That could help. But I do have a separation in my mind and what the terms mean to me. Because I don't want to deny the reality of the situation. Because if I'm, because look at it this way. If I'm not a male, what am I trying to become? Or what am I wanting to be? Right? Like, if I'm already female, what am I doing here? What am I creating these things for? I mean, it's common sense. There's something that needs to be changed, and I have to give it some kind of label. So to me, that's going to be, well, I'm trying to change this male body to a female body. I'm trying to alter reality so it always was, and so on and so forth. That's all I really mean. Martha says, I myself, non-biological female, I do not call myself trans, I do not call myself transgender, and I don't call myself transsexual, and there's a difference between transgender and transsexual. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like that's the first time I've seen, Martha, that somebody would use that way of describing themselves. And maybe that's like it goes kind of towards what I was talking about earlier, how we should get rid of the word trans. It should become unnecessary and just use the word woman to means people who identify as being female, even if they're not female, which I know that can be like hurtful to say to some people if they're not taking the right point out of it. Because there is biology involved. And you yourself acknowledge it in how you describe yourself as non-biological female. So it's not like you're denying that aspect of things, right? Um, but as far as transsexual and transgender being different, I think I understand what the difference is on that. But I could be totally off base. I feel like transsexual is more of people who dress in a feminine way only, like the cross dressers. Um, and I could be, like I said, wrong about that. And transgender is those who actually identify with being that, the female or the male, depending on which direction they're going into. And if it were quote unquote possible, because some people think it's not, they would totally change into what they identify as. And some do, as far as science is, does it. And some find subliminal messages in the law of attraction and assumption, like many of us have, and they maybe do both or one or the other. Um, Bertha says, if I can find a machine that will transfer me back in time, I am a biological female. Yeah, see, like I think that's everyone's attitude pretty much. I think we all would step in such a machine, and if I had one, everyone, like I said, can step in on no charge whatsoever. And even if you want to change your mind, even if you do it and you're like, this isn't for me, step back through. But you're only gonna get the first time and the second time, because otherwise we can't keep going back and forth. Like you gotta, like, because if there's only one machine, everyone's gotta have a shot at it. You know what I mean? You gotta keep the line moving. You have to get back at the end of the line to change back. I think, to be fair. Um, but I would prefer in that hypothetical that anyone who steps in there is 100% sure that's what they want, as close as they can be. And I realize that in this hypothetical, maybe they think they're 100% sure, then they change their mind later. It's possible. So that's why I would give someone an undo if they wanted it. Judgy was saying that transsexual is an older term, transgender is the newer term, according to opinion. Yeah, I mean, I think we all have a different understanding, possibly. I think mine might be wrong. I think I probably was off base, but because when I think of transsexual, I think of the movie Rocky Horror Picture Show and how Tim Curry was in it, and he was a cross-dresser, basically, and he called himself transsexual. But that's still because, and obviously, that's because Tim Curry's male and body, presumably, anyway. Um, and when a male wears female clothing, they 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 look like they're cross-dressing in general, whether that's the intent or not. Um, of course, if I were to wear female clothing myself, it wouldn't be a cross-dress, because I'm not identifying as male dressing as female. I'm identifying as female dressing as female. I think there's definitely a difference in that mindset. But me trying to do that right now is not going to go so well unless we're talking about just the underwear aspect. I don't think I'd be rocking a dress pretty well in my current shape and form, I can tell you that. Although I'd love to be able to put one on and have it look correct on me. It's just not gonna at this point. That's just the reality of the situation, unfortunately. In due time, possibly, everything will change. Jag says James screen name has a female name. It might have been that other person I was talking about earlier. In the comments I read, I have a like I can't remember, but it's back that far. I'd actually have to look at my comments. I think I still got that open. And I can look really quick. Because I've had done that a couple times. That was not my intention. I'm not seeing it. I'll be, filtered by the name James, I guess, for that username. Let's see if I can find something. Oh, no, I'm not so far anyway. Yeah, I'm not seeing the female name attached to it. So just put it in comments on here if there is on that one. So this still skimming through. Looking for any comments directed at me right now. Unless I see something else that catches my eye. Oh, I hear something. Jagjeet says DNA can change, biology can change. The red dress one is past altering. Oh, okay. Okay. And I agree with those statements. I truly believe it can change. I mean, like I said, Rosary's an example. So I got some evidence right there. I mean, I haven't met her in person, but like it was, I mean, you can count the interactions on the social media here, but like face to face, no. But I believe her. Um, because I mean, I wouldn't if I didn't have anything happen to myself. I mean, my mind's open up to the possibilities. I mean, and I don't mean that to sound the wrong way. It's just like I'm backing it up just now on her word and my personal experience. Like there is something to it, and There you go. Because that is like if you have just someone's word on something, you haven't met them in person, you don't have your own experience to back it up. I have no reason to doubt somebody when I have my own experience that corroborates what they're saying. And I know there's something to what I made. Like, and there's something to what other people make. And it works. It just does. Martha says, Bethany, you're not a boy. You have never been a boy. I'm not some like I mean I get what you're saying on that, but I was assigned at birth with as a boy. I was assigned at birth as male. Um, Biologically speaking, according to a textbook, that's what I would be in body. If we're talking about boy as a term of what my spirit is, then no, you're right. But if we're talking biology, then yeah, I mean, that's what I was assigned as. Oh, and what was I going? Wanted to add something like we gotta be we gotta be we gotta we can't we gotta use all evidence we got in front of us. Um, and when you go down this road, you get to a point where you just cannot deny it anymore. That there is something to it. That's what I wanted to add. Uh, Jackie says biology can change Bethany. I think we can be totally a woman. I'm not saying we can't be. We can't be totally female. I believe we can. I think some of us struggle with it. Like I've struggled. It might be my mindset. It might be a whole number of factors. You know, if I start looking at the two terms female and woman being as synonymous, maybe that would be something that would help. But I do have a separation in them because otherwise I can't logically make sense out of the subliminals I made because there's obviously something different that we all know between the two sexes. And we have to put a label on those two sexes to understand them. So for me, male and female are those labels. Those who can get pregnant, those who can impregnate, for to simplify it. And yes, there are males that are infertile and there are females who are infertile, but the exception is not the rule. Generally speaking, that's the best way to describe what the two functions of the sexes are. And then you go into the gender as a separate aspect. Because if this gender were not a separate aspect, we'd all be in the correct bodies that we are supposed to be in, right? Or at least they'd be configured correctly. That's how I rationalize it. That's how I can think of it and how it makes sense to me. And I know most people, well, I can't say most people, some people may not agree. Maybe most people wouldn't, but at least some would not agree with the way I describe it. That's just how it makes sense to me. And I hope people can understand what I mean and not take like too much meaning into it. Let's see. Um, well, I don't want to beat the dead horse about we're not males here on Jaggy. It's like I said, it's I just like the perception of it. Um, I gotta look at a separation between what we're talking about. If you want to look at the word male as being synonymous with saying man, then that's where the disconnect would be. But if you're going to, for the sake of argument, agree with me and agree there's a separation between what male means and what man means, then we're not disagreeing. But if you want the two together, then we're going to have that disagreement on that. And we'll just keep going in circles. I'm telling you what I view it as. And I know to some that's going to be hurtful. And I don't mean it that way. Rose says, I hope people realize how strong and powerful the mind is. Hunter works. The big issue is the doubt. I am 100% a girl now, having a period. Bethany saw his work. And there you go. Now, Rosary, like I said, is my testament to this working, and I 100% believe her, coupled with her testimony and my own experience with this. And I don't know where people believe I'm not saying we can change. That's throwing me for a loop. I could be that I said something that was taken the wrong way, misunderstood. I know we can change. I mean, I haven't experienced the full change myself, obviously. I've been talking about that, but I experienced a seemingly real-time partial change of my hip structure. And I keep feeling like it's changing now, even maybe at a slower rate. I look in the mirror and I see the evidence of it. So, and my legs, of course. So if part of me can change, then all of me can change. And that was the big hurdle for me to get over. I needed to see something change before I could fully go into belief mode. My problem is I can't help but sometimes look in the mirror and doubt that I'm just, and I think I'm imagining it. It's hard to get that out of my head. It could be because of how old I am. Man, I'm 42 right now. I'm probably older than, I don't want to assume everybody, but a lot of people that are on my channel. I don't feel 42, but, and I don't look it in all ways either, but, that's the age that I in, if you count from when I was born. So, yeah, I don't know what it is. It's not total doubt. I know that. Because I don't totally doubt anything anymore. If it's small doubt, I don't know what it's doubt about other than questioning if I've changed at all sometimes, just even in a minor way, or getting frustrated that I haven't changed fast enough where I think being this long into the process, I feel like I should be further along, knowing that I believe it. I guess that's the best way to describe it. Hey, maybe it's because I didn't stick with the same subliminal long enough and I kept switching around thinking I needed to. But I believe there is a reason this everything that has happened to me has happened, and I've done things the way they were supposed to be done. And I've arrived at this point, and now I'm sticking to what I'm doing. Because I think it helped me if I research. I think it was part of the manifestation journey. And I truly feel that I need to help a lot of people at the same time get their reward as I'm getting mine. I think that's part of it too. I think I need to be here as an advisor at the same time as a sub maker, while trying to answer the best I can, reinforcing that I don't have all the answers, that a lot of the stuff I might say are theories and maybe some of my terminology is going to differ from yours. But at the end of the day, I want the same thing you do. And getting into arguments about what I mean versus what you mean is not helpful. We need to agree on common language and what words mean. You know, we can come up with a term that we're both comfortable with if we have to. We can invent something new. If the problem is you don't like that I call myself a male and you say I'm not a male, well, it depends on how you're looking at it. If male means man, then to you, then of course you're right. I'm not a man. But to me, I don't want to go over that again. You know what I'm talking about. I mean, otherwise I would repeat myself. Oh, let's scroll a bit too far. I've been having that problem. Rose says you are a girl, not you want to be. Is that okay? I don't know if that was in response to me, but again, it's I am a girl. 100% I am. Um, that's my spirit. Like right now, my spirit is 100% feminine. I therefore am a girl. Um, girl meaning the spirit side, I mean, of me. The body aspect of it, that's where I have to disconnect. That's why there is transgender people. That's or why there are transgender people. That's why I am transgender or non-biological woman, whatever you want to call it, whatever term you want to put in there. That's why this is even an issue. Because it's like I said before, if I already am something, what am I exactly trying to change? I I get it from one aspect, you know, being in the mindset you already are something is what you need to do on the law of attraction. The assumption is different from attraction. They're related, but like as I understand it, attraction is you attract um what you already have. You attract more of it. So if you say you are female already, you attract being female. That's what that means. If you say assumption, or about to have this backwards, but if you say assumption, that goes more into um, the like the statements of I am becoming this. Like you are transforming. That's where that thing kind of comes from. The way I was understanding it. I might have it totally backwards, or I might not have described it. That's the way I was understanding on my research of it. Sorry. But in any case, terminology is important here, so we have to agree on terms. Again, I'm comfortable with agreeing that when I say I'm a girl, I tie that with spirit, that term. I also tie the word woman with spirit. I do not tie the word female with spirit because the body, it describes the body. And that's independent from your spirit. It's a vessel. That's how I look at it. Whether my body is male or female, I'm still a girl. I'm still a woman. That's how I look at it. And I thought that's the way many people looked at it. But I'm finding there are some that think the two words are synonymous. And that's totally fine. But for me, it's helpful to have it like a separation because it helps describe what I'm trying to do for people and for myself. Let's see. Now we got 10 minutes. Let's just my dog's barking in the background. I don't know if it's picking up on here. I don't know what she's barking at. She's in the bedroom though. Um Sorry, I'm just kind of skimming through. I wanted to try to get to as many of these before I stopped, but um there okay, Martha apparently according okay, I missed this conversation that they were trying to force Martha to stop being female. Like this goes again to like a more extreme what I was talking about earlier about why can't people just want your happiness, right? Like, why can't they just let you do what's going to make you happy and trust that it is? I mean, you know yourself better than anyone else knows you because you are you, they are not you. And you think they would want your happiness, whatever makes you happy, right? As long as you're not hurting yourself or hurting anyone else. And is it harmful to change your body to better match your spirit? No. That's very helpful. I think it's crap that we are in the wrong form to begin with. You know, we're not the right sex. And at least some of us are not. Those who have changed, wonderful. Those who have changed as much as they possibly can, wonderful. But I think everyone understands my point, so I don't want to berate that too much, or I don't know if that's the right word. I don't want to, like, go on that too much. Otherwise, I'm going to overtalk it. Like I've done on some of this. Okay. Rose says, I hope I didn't upset you. I don't think she was directing that at me, but I'm not upset. I hope no one's upset. I hope nothing I've said have upset anybody. Unfortunately, I can't control other people's feelings about what I'm saying. And I hate having to tiptoe my answers, and I just want to be open and honest, which I feel I have done. I do say things at the risk of knowing it might be a trigger for somebody. But I feel like honesty is important. I feel like not saying certain things and pointing out my point of view to people is harmful to me. Because that's forcing me to adopt someone else's philosophy and what words mean. I got no issues down the line if everyone could agree upon what terms mean and adopting whatever, like the majority of people are talking about. But I feel it's important not to forget the biology of it, especially when I phrase my subliminals as male to female or female to male, it's denoting that there is a change going on. So what are we changing? We're changing the body. And we've always described the body in terms of whether it's male or female, and when we're going to differentiate between the two sexes. So if we're changing our sex, and it's funny when we say we're transgender, right? We're not trying to change our gender, we're trying to change our sex. That's why I always thought the word transsexual might be better utilized for the transgender community. Because and I know that's not quite what it means though. Like, but you know what I mean? It seems like it might better fit. Like if you're going to use, if sex is the problem, what sex we are, which is what I truly believe that the root of the problem is we're the wrong sex when we're born. That's what we're trying to change. We're not trying to change our mind, what we are on the inside. That isn't what we're trying to fix. You know? Because the spirit tells us that what we are in mind, for lack of better terminology, is what we are and not what our body is. But if our body is not matching what our spirit is not happy with that. It's a mismatch. It's the square being forced into the circle hole, or the other way around. There's gaps there that can't be filled unless you're the right shape or the right sex. And maybe part of that society, maybe a society has made it not okay to act as you are on the inside. And maybe not changing the body would be necessary. It would be totally unnecessary if society would accept people acting as they truly are. They don't. But I don't think it's that simple either. I don't think you just act as you are and it's okay. I think you actually need your body changed. Because I believe the masculine body and the feminine body are expressions of the spirit. And it's not a good fit for a feminine spirit to be in a masculine body or anything resembling a masculine body. And vice versa. The feminine is expressed in the female. You know, when done right, when it's the way it's supposed to be. And I think that's the issue. It's not the way it's supposed to be. Anyway, I think I'm going in circles on that particular. Uh, but I think I'm right. I mean, I don't know. What does everyone else think about that? It just seems what's logical to me. I know there's a lot of feelings here too, and I love to express some, but we have to try to logic this out too, as painful as that can be sometimes. Um, Bethany, are painful erections and throbbing normal while using subs? You're okay. I don't know. I mean, I've never had any. Like, I never had anything in my entire life approaching painful. Um, like in general terms, even without listening. Like, I think this is just a guess, okay? Total guess. I think any pain you're experiencing is it's your body, you're fighting the change, put it that way. Or your body is. Something's fighting the change. That's why you're feeling pain. And getting an erection is, if it's not brought on by a sexual urge or anything, anything that thrills you, like if you're excited because you feel changes happening, or any sensations other than the actual erection part, I think maybe that could be where that comes from. But I think more importantly, the pain is a resistance and not just going with it. And ideally, as your hormones are changing, you're not going to get erections as much or at all. Everyone's different. If you're finding that you're constantly getting them and they're painful, I would just give in more to the idea of changing. And try not to focus on that particular area of your body. Do your best to pretend it's not there, as hard as it sounds. Try to imagine that's not what it is. Try to imagine that you have the opposite sex equipment there. That would be my advice. Again, though, I could be off base. But that's my best guess. Martha says, so Bethany, do you not want your surgery, or do you not care if you get it? I do not want surgery in the sense of going under the knife, and having my parts, rearranged down there to something that looks close to what I'm going for, but isn't the full thing. Because I'm wanting the full thing here. I want not only to have the look of lady parts down there, I want it to connect to a uterus. I want it, see you have ovaries connected to it, the fallopian tubes. I want my waist to be feminine and shrink down. I want my hips to widen. I want my breasts, of course. I want my long hair, my feminine face, my hands, my arms, my legs, my feet, etc. As little body hair as possible. That kind of thing. I mean, I know a lot of this stuff can change with just hormones alone. But you don't, with just the surgery part, that isn't complete enough for me. If it's complete enough for you, it's complete enough for other people, that's wonderful. Happiness is the key. It's what makes you happy. That matters. I'm not going to say that my answer of wanting the full thing is the answer for every woman. I'm not going to do that. I just know that that's what I want, is everything a biological woman's got. Because for me, otherwise, what's the point of me doing it if I'm not going to be happy with it? I hope that answers the question. Um, oh yeah, back up, back up. Lose it, none. I'm losing my place again. Um, okay. Oh, yeah, this is more stuff about the surgery. Yeah, that's, I've already answered. Um, yeah, I want to use subliminals only. I want a, I'm lacking the better term here. Magical, miraculous, complete change as if I always was biologically female or a woman, depending on what term you want to use. For me, female is the term I would use. Woman is what I already am. That part I don't need to change. It's the body. Um, what else? Apologize if I'm missing stuff here. I'm skimming, like I said. Okay, Jaggeet says yes, but the body transitions, doesn't it, Bethany? Yeah, it does. That's my point. I mean, the body will transition, but until it does, it's not. I mean, it's in process right now for me, I'm sure, but maybe not to the extent I'd like, but it's in process, so until it's fully done, it's not fully done. And you can't perceive yourself as completely changed, or at least I can't. I can't perceive myself as completely female, or at least I have trouble. I shouldn't say can't. I got the capability of doing that, but it's difficult just to say I'm fully something that I haven't become yet. I can say I'm fully a woman, but I can't say I'm fully female because to me that doesn't seem apparent. Um, I totally wish it were apparent that this was a not issue. Jaggy says, you can have any terminology you want, but I think it helps if we all call ourselves women. I mean, I'm not going to disagree that with that statement because I think it's important to acknowledge yourself as a woman. Yes, I mean, 'cause that's what you are. That's not the part you're trying to change. I just don't think we should ignore the part we're trying to change. Or I hopefully not get upset when people bring it up. Because I know it's happened many times before in conversations. I even had someone quit my channel because they didn't like the way I was describing it. And maybe that was a misstep on my part when I tried to put that, when I put that body swap one out there and it was talking about, and maybe I picked the wrong pictures that I put the male figure as representing the transgendered woman because that's the reality of the situation, and that we start off in a male body, and then we switch bodies. We want the female body, so the trans man was depicted as a female. I mean, I think biologically speaking, that was correct, but maybe I made a misstep and I should have switched it around to be more correct on the end result. But then that could confuse someone else. It's like you can't win either way you're doing it. I totally get why it upset someone. I totally do. Um, it didn't cross my mind when I made it though. And that could happen sometimes. I had like a small inkling of maybe I should do this the other way, but it wasn't like a strong feeling. I thought most people would understand what I was getting at with the image on the thumbnail, and I had to take something. And that's what I went with. I would say I went with my intuition, that maybe my intuition was the other thing and I ignored it. I hate to lose subscribers on my channel because of silly things like that, or how we disagree. I don't think we should focus on what we disagree with. It should be what we agree on. And we should find what we agree on. I might have went backwards here. Like, because I think I've seen that one already. Um, I went a little past my 10 o'clock. That's okay. I'll take a brief pause. I just want to see. Okay, we still got 5 of this on here. I'm gonna try to get through the rest of these before I'm done and maybe do like a final like question from each of you, if you've got one for me. And then I'll conclude the stream. Totally unplanned, as I said. Gone on longer than I planned. Well, I didn't plan the entire thing to begin with, but it's gone on longer than I could have imagined it would for an impromptu one. And when considering I started out with 0 people, I was thinking I was going to record my thoughts on the negative comment, and then I was done. The only person I didn't haven't seen on here is Allie yet, but I'm assuming she's sleeping. So I never did respond. She had some stuff that she sent me I didn't respond to yet. Okay. Let me find a couple more here. We're almost caught up to the bottom. Jaggeet says, bodies can change, Bethany dear. Yeah, I mean, again, I don't know where I'm... maybe I'm not listening to what I'm saying and or something that I don't believe I'm saying they can't. If I did, I don't remember doing so. Okay, let's see. Yeah, Martha brings up something here that I neglected to think of. In some countries, this transgender thing is actually illegal. If you are out and caught with it, like there's they can kill you sometimes. They can arrest you and throw you in a cell. And you imagine if you are a trans woman, for instance, and you're thrown in with a bunch of guys that are like biological males, like, well, of course they're biological males, but biological men, they use like the terminology that some would. Like, so you understand what I'm saying, but they're males in body and they're masculine spirits, and you're thrown in with them. You know how uncomfortable that might be, especially if you are a lesbian trans woman, and you're not attracted to guys at all, but and what all that goes on and out in there and everything is just horrible. Like, at the very least, I mean, in that situation, there should be a segregation of cell mates or something. Put trans women with trans women, at least. But beyond that, of course, we wouldn't want any illegal to make it illegal to be what you are. You know, it should never happen. If we're talking about Texas, I'm looking like down here. Is this illegal in Texas? I don't think it is, but I don't think it's very well tolerated in Texas. I know a lot of the South is very intolerant of transgender issues and people. So, and they're not very good with women's rights either. In fact, you can blame Texas for Roe v. Wade being overturned. I think if I remember it all started there. So, not the entire state of Texas, but the people of Texas that got that ball rolling in the wrong direction. Jaggeet says, if it's male to female, I would use a female picture, Bethany, and for female to male people, I would use a male picture. Well, yeah, that's the end result. That's logical. But when I was thinking of the terms of the body swap, where you find a trans man, and if you're a trans woman, and let's say they haven't transitioned very far, and they still have a mostly feminine looking body, and you wanted to actually switch lives and bodies with them, they would technically, on a biological term, be a female body, and that's what you're aiming for. So that's kind of where I was going with that when I depicted it. right or wrong. That's what I was thinking. It was kind of look at it from a um, logical way, starting out this way, going to that way. Um, I totally get, though, like I said, why that would set someone off. It's like Alumni's here. Hello. First time on the live stream for you. Hope you're doing all right. We don't get to talk very much due to the time zone difference. You're out in Scotland, as I remember. Um, okay. Jaggeet says, I think it's directed kind of at me, like, affirming what I am, and who I am. Do that and don't question. I think again, it's about terminology, like my terminology versus what everyone else wants to use. Well, not everyone else, but certain people want to use and on what we're describing. And like I said, not to repeat it too much, but there's an issue of biology in my mind, and there's an issue of the non-biology part of it, and I'm not questioning the non-biology, not anymore. My mind and spirit, everything that encompasses the non-physical is that of a woman or a feminine spirit or a girl, if you will. That's not the question. It's the body. That that is what I need to change. That is what doesn't match. My feminine spirit has not manifested fully as the female that it should be in body. Even though I'm not my body, my spirit understands that the body I'm going to incarnate in, if I'm going to incarnate, should match the female, because that matches the feminine that I am. I don't know what other way to put it. But if you're saying it would be helpful if I tried to think of them as the same thing, I get what you're saying. But it's hard for me to get to that point because I know that's how I logicked it out of my mind. That doesn't make sense to me. You can't, if you already are something, you're not trying to, what am I trying to change? Because by that logic, I would just go, okay, all right, I'm already female. No need to do any more subliminal listening. And just move on with my life. And then when I start acting like a female and I don't look at like it, then I'm gonna run into the problem of course, people are gonna go, "What's wrong with me?" That I'm gonna tell them, but I'm gonna say it's not what's wrong with me in the way they're thinking, because they're gonna think my behavior is the problem. I'm gonna say no, it's my body. They're gonna like say, "Well, that's not possible for you to change," which I'm gonna know is a bunch of crap, but that's what I'm gonna get. So for me, I know what's wrong. It's my body. I change my body. I rewrite reality so that I always was female to the people I know in my day-to-day life. Everyone else, as far as I'm concerned, on the YouTube community right now, they can look at me as always being female all they want, or they can remember that I was male at one point. Either way, the people that I'm talking to right now and everyone else I'm not talking to, that they're not my concern as far as, because I know you already welcome me that way. It's everyone else that I'd interact with in person. So again, I think if we can all agree and we understand what I'm talking about, and not get hung up on what, because I'm not trying to be a stickler and think my way's the only way of looking at it, and I think that's the way it's coming across. But if we can agree on something, on what I'm saying, or agree to disagree on terms, I think we'll make progress on that. I'm not questioning my womanhood. I think a woman transcends the body. I think of a feminine spirit transcends the body. I think of being a girl transcends the body. I don't know. I'm not trying to change my spirit. I'm not a girl trying to become a boy. I'm not trying to change that aspect of me. I never was those things. Um, it's like I'm a girl trying to be female, trying to become female. They're not synonymous terms for me. That's just where I'm at. I mean, it can be. They can be, but they're not necessarily synonymous. Because if they were, there wouldn't be what we have going on. That's all I'm trying to say, Jackie. There's the sex and the gender are separate things. That's all I'm trying to say. And sometimes they match. Sometimes they match because when we say gender, we're talking about what we identify as, what we feel we are, between one of the two sexes. That's what we're talking about. And sometimes some of us were born a girl and we have a female body already. And then we're considered quote unquote normal. And then we live our lives and we don't have the same experience as someone who doesn't feel that way. So, and like I said earlier, like for anyone who just joined it, I'm sorry if I'm repeating. Take a Twilight Zone episode of like a cisgender person, and on on their 18th birthday, that cisgender person's forced to transition to the other sex, like towards it anyway, because it would just be surgery on hormones. Or let's just say, simplify this. Let's say it's actually a full change because they have magic in this universe on that Twilight Zone episode. And the thing is, the person you have the main character who doesn't want that. They don't identify that way. That's their protest. And they say, well, it doesn't matter. Like the doctors say, it doesn't matter. This is what we do. It's what the law is. Well, it's the reverse situation for a trans person. You're put in a situation from the start you don't want to be in, and you're trying to change that. But if you ever had run into a cisgendered person, that's the best way to explain it to them without going into a long debate. Just put it to them with the Twilight Zone episode thing. If they don't know what that show is, explain it to them. Or just, you don't even have to use that. You could just say, imagine a show where this is the premise. And imagine that, and that's mostly what I feel like. I'm being forced to be something I don't want to be. Except I didn't get to start out that way. I was that way from the start. It's the reverse. At least in body, we're speaking, you know. Illuminati says, I know what you mean, Beth. Our spirit is female. Our body should have been too. Yep, exactly. Martha says, Bethany, I have to have positive affirmations, and I know yet you don't do that. And I accept that, but beautifully change does. But you say, what do you mean I don't have positive affirmations? I'm not sure where you get that from. I had positive affirmations in there. That's all I do. I don't do any of this if I don't become female that I'm unhappy stuff. Like some people do. I don't have any names to name on that, but I'm not sure what you mean. That's all I aim for. I reinforce the feminine spirit. I reinforce that I even went to the point on like my older past altering where I reinforced I am female, I am female, I am female over and over and over, repetition in the affirmations. And I decided after a while though that it was unnecessary because our subconscious knows that's what we're aiming for. We just need to reinforce what we already are, not what we're trying to be. So that's why I thought it was helpful to say, like, start shifting towards the spiritual side of it. I am feminine. I am a feminine spirit. Thank you for the opportunity of having been in a male body, but I know what I am. I've learned from this experience. I would prefer a female body. My body is becoming female, and so on and so forth. The act of becoming and acknowledging what it is we're changing. That was the method that came to me on Pass, Alter, and Final. I stopped saying I am female in the affirmations and I went towards that. I think both methods have their own validity. I'm not saying it's wrong to do what I was initially doing, but intuitively I felt I needed to switch gears when I released the new one. I felt it'd be more helpful to most people if I did it the other way. Because I feel like most people's problem on subliminal listening is not acknowledging and being thankful for the things they already are. They just focus on changing what's wrong with them instead of being thankful for what's right with them and taking themselves out of a positive mindset. That's all I'm trying to do with that now. And that's not to say in the future I wouldn't shift gears back to the I am female method. Because I'm sure that can be helpful for the right people. But I still have the previous versions out there for people to listen to that utilize that type of formula. And I guess whatever's the most successful for you is what you need to do. You could try a combination of both too. And there's nothing wrong with that. I was having a discussion with Layla about this actually. I mean, I felt the right thing to tell her was to try to do what I was just talking about. She ultimately told me she didn't want to do that because she felt the other way worked best for her. And she was worried that she had made me angry with her. And I'm like, no. I'm not mad. That's what I felt like I needed to do to give you advice because I know you're struggling with this like a lot of people. And this might be a new change of perspective you might need. You need to ultimately stick with what you believe is going to work because belief is the key factor no matter what anyone tells you. What you believe is going to work for you is working for you. Whatever way you want to describe things works for you. Yeah, your terminology. If you think woman and female are synonymous, that's fine. But you can't go into a discussion with someone who doesn't and expect them to agree with you. And it just causes fighting. And, I hate it. I hate that because it makes me not want to even bring up and broach that because then we get into this circle and we never get anywhere. And people might accuse me of being hateful for even doing it. And I mean, on one hand I get it and on the other hand I don't. I wish we could get past that collectively. I know some of us already have here, but that's the problem I run into. Back before I was even out on the internet as trans, she made a statement around the lines about, and it came from a compassion, because I'm always compassionate, but it was hurtful to someone when I said it. It was, I don't want to put my foot in my mouth by saying this, but maybe I should say it just to get it out there. But I said, and I hope people understand, I said, I feel sorry because you'll never get to be what you want to be. And then, I mean, I understand why that would be hurtful now, and I had it explained to me. But I've always come from the biology side. I'm like, you're not biologically female until you are biologically female. If you just get surgery and you get hormones, you're going to look like one, but are you? Do you have the chromosomes? Do you have the full equipment that you completely changed? That's the question. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that for everyone. I'm just saying that's where I was coming from. And again, like I said, I understand why that would have been hurtful. And it took me completely off guard. So I haven't evolved my understanding. I'm trying to be careful I hate walking on eggshells, though. I think I should be able to be factual in what I'm saying and not have to um censor myself if for what is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, and like I'd prefer not to hurt people's feelings though. Like, if I had to take a stance, I prefer not to be hurtful. Um, so if it ever makes people uncomfortable, like collectively on my channel, if I'm speaking a certain way, I would consider coming up with a agreed upon terminology that we could all agree with. So I'm not doing that anymore. So I don't know how tired my voice model that you're hearing is making me sound. I would like to say my voice. Because this were my if what you were hearing were my voice, I would be totally in love with that idea because I like this voice you're hearing. It's not as expressive as I'd like it to be though, because it's just an AI voice model, but it's better than the last one. It catches my laughs a bit more. It doesn't sound quite as robotic. At least I hope it's not. But anyway, my throat is getting tired. I might not have much of a voice left. A part of the problem is I'm probably forcing myself to sound deeper than I should. Maybe I should talk with a more relaxed style here. I think it's subconscious. I think the more that I hear the deepness that I'm hearing with my ears, I think it just makes me talk deeper. Stop it. I might have to start whispering. No, I don't know how much longer I can do any talking. I'll try to go as long as I can, but I do have to get some sleep here in a bit and rest my voice. Couple more questions, and I'll take some final questions, or comments, and I'll take some final questions. Let me just skim through. I mean, we're kind of toward the bottom already. Anyway. Jagjit says, what's the problem, Bethany? Some people don't like saying we had a male body. Yeah, I think that's basically what's going on. I think there's a segment of the transgender community that wants to deny biology. And because they truly do feel the term male and female, or the term male is synonymous with man and female synonymous with woman unequivocally with no can't deny it. And if I'm saying that you are not female, I'm saying you're not a woman. That's what they hear when I say that. So that's why I can understand why it would be hurtful, but that's not the intent. It's not. We can't deny the biology of the situation when we're talking about a transformation and what it is I'm trying to personally change and what it is actually I believe most people actually want to change. If you deny what it is you're trying to change, like if you think that, I don't know, maybe I'm off base, but if you think the two terms are synonymous, if you think woman equals female, and then you start listening to subliminal messaging about becoming female, if you already are female, according to the way you understand the words, an affirmation that says, I am becoming female is going to mean nothing to you. So that methodology is not going to work. It's going to invalidate that method. And in my opinion, it's going to take one aspect of reinforcing positive messages away. On the other hand, if you are of the mind that both things mean the same, I am female and I am woman are going to equal the same thing, and then you don't have to use both terms in your affirmations. So I can see the benefits of both. And it's all about your mindset, though. What do you believe works the best for you? Okay, so what else we got here? Martha says, according to my psychologist, I could have been born a hermaphrodite. That's interesting because we were just talking about the Fuda one I put out, which would be the true hermaphrodite in every sense of the word because all the equipment would be present. And I'm not a biology expert, but I was just talking about how does that all fit in one body? How can you be literally both male and female at the same time? Um, I know there's cases of people, like I was saying, that have um, both male and female components, but it's never full of both. There's like incomplete on one side of it. So the true hermaphrodite hasn't formed, and that's why, I mean, I believe anything's possible now, but I think that's why it isn't really found in nature, to my knowledge, is because it's not something that is like, I don't want to say it's like unnatural in the means that it's, in the negative sense, but it's not something that happens regularly, is what I'm trying to say. I don't think it's impossible that it could. I think it's trying to, would be a way to phrase it with the people that have had this happen to them. I think nature's trying to find a way to make this like an evolutionary step in a sense, or you wouldn't be seeing it. I think that's one way to look at what some people call abnormalities in the body. It might be an evolutionary process is trying to develop over time. And they're just not seeing it that way because it's abnormal in the sense that it doesn't happen to everyone. But like I was talking about earlier, just because we can't make the exception the rule, we shouldn't always rule out the exception. To use one of those funny backwards statements, we should look at it and say, okay, what's going on here, especially if it keeps happening. Maybe we start looking at it as an evolutionary thing. Maybe it's the literal manifestation of the Fuda into the population. Because anything we believe to be real will manifest at some point. Maybe it manifests back in history to make it possible now. Or it starts to. Voice is doing fine, Martha says. That's good. I was hoping it wasn't picking up my voice fatigue or both strength feeling away. But that's the advantage to our AI voice model, is it? Even the ones that are well made, they don't always pick up all the inflections. It doesn't pick up all the changes. It does a good job at disguising fatigue, yeah. Although you could probably tell there's some setting then. Yeah, Jaggeet, I will. I'm gonna go a little bit, see if I got any one more thing directed at me, and I apologize if I missed somebody. Um, Jaggeet says hermaphrodites have some of each sex organ. It happens in called intersex. There you go, intersex. That's the term I was thinking. I was trying to think of that. I didn't want to say the wrong thing, so I just went with the hermaphrodite term, but that's what I was talking about, intersex. It's not a true hermaphrodite, and it's close. It's close as science has found, but it's like the true hermaphrodites can have complete everything. Like I said, I can't fathom how that all works if it were to manifest. Based on where I know each part of the biology is. The external components are gonna have internal parts too, and they go somewhere in the body. I don't think it's impossible to form. I just think it would be kind of a tricky thing to have happen. I would like to see it though, because that would be something to actually have that. Um, Jennifer went to sleep. Rose, I don't know if she's still with us or not. She hasn't said anything in a while. I think she was active on my Discord about a half hour ago, though. She's not on there right now. I know I was talking to Like, I always worry about saying the wrong thing and upsetting people. I hope I didn't upset her or anything and made her take off. I'm sure I didn't. Um, I know it's that part about, like, I was saying if it weren't for my own personal experience, I wouldn't have just taken her word for it. I mean, I would want to, but it would be hard to just to take someone's word at it without the the evidence that corroborates to it with my own side of it. Um, yeah, complete everything would be a difficult thing in the way I'm looking at it. If you pull up a biology chart between the male anatomy and the female anatomy, I don't know how they could have both equipment. I'm trying to figure out how this would work. Um, because we know the male parts go inside and connect in the places where the female genitalia would be, like parts of it anyway. It would have to go completely around it somehow for it to work. So there's a way, but it'd be kind of crowded in there for it to be fully functional. That's why, this kind of thing is usually regulated, as I understand it, to like fiction for the most part, is you don't see it occurring in full form. And then when you see it try to occur, it has parts of one and then incomplete parts of the other. Probably, like, because I always thought, like I said, because probably it isn't easy to form that way. That maybe it's trying to. Maybe it's trying to find a way to do it. Because I believe evolutionary processes happen and maybe nature's trying to find a way for humans to have both because maybe it's noticing that the pool of partners is lowering down and maybe there needs to be both parts on people to propagate the species. And there's an occurrence of non-binaries too. And that could have something to do with that. Nature tries to find a way. Or to quote Ian Malcolm from the Jurassic series, life finds a way. Oh, Rose is still on. Okay. Taking care of her kids. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and take final questions from everyone that's still here. If they want to send me anything. And everyone after that is welcome to take the conversation between themselves on Discord. I'm gonna head to bed though after the final questions. Like I said, I've been up since I think I said 2 p.m. and that's about right. 2 p.m. Yesterday. And we're at 10:30 a.m. my time. So I have been up for a long time. I don't feel as tired as I should. My voice does, but my mind doesn't. So maybe I got manifestation energy left. I can just relax and lay in bed and put my subliminal on. I've been waiting all day for it too. Oddly enough, I don't feel like the excitement level that I do sometimes. I've been waiting to use it, but I'm not quite as excited to use it today for some reason. Maybe that's a mental fatigue. Maybe I'm more tired in mind than I thought. Based on some of the missteps in my speaking, I probably am. But I'm still gonna go with it because I don't want to skip a day on air. Right now, maybe tomorrow if I have to, but I feel like my listening time has not been as much as I wanted to all this week. I've been stuck around people. I tried silent subliminals with the ultra silent or ultrasonic, and sometimes I don't believe that I'm hearing it. My subconscious is hearing it. Because I don't feel the same level of effect. And that could just come down to me thinking I don't believe it. It could be all it is, but because I know I felt it sometimes when I've used them. But I think it works the same way that like a traditional one does, though. Just because you can't consciously hear it doesn't mean you're not hearing it on some level. I think it gets through to you. You just need to believe it does. And don't block it by saying you don't believe it. Anyway, yes, I do have to sleep. And so does Alumni. So we're both in the same boat. Uh, have a good night's or day or good night's rest for you. Is it night there? Well, whatever time it is. It's day here, but it's gonna be kind of like my bedtime, like at night, because I went through the night already. Um, there should be an invite. Yeah, yeah. I put you guys want another link before I go? I don't know. The thing I want to make sure that everyone gets to my Discord to continue. Uh, that way, you know, the conversation doesn't end when I'm off. It doesn't have to. I mean, everyone's welcome to talk there all the time. All right. Let's copy this. This link I think is good for 7 days. So whoever collects it, I don't think it's just for one person. The one that's on my about section may not work for some reason, so we can't use that one. I'll put it in the chat. And there's that for you. And if you don't have a Discord account, you'll have to create one, obviously. I'm open to direct messages to you if you have any questions for me. When I'm offline, I don't know what the presence will say because I usually close my Discord on my desktop, but I have my mobile phone on me, so it might say I'm signed in all the time. So I don't usually change my status, but if I don't answer you right away, I'll get to you. It's not that I'm ignoring you. I'm usually at work when I'm not answering people. Oh, but I try to get back to direct questions as soon as I possibly can. Anyway, one last call for questions for me, and then I'm gonna sign off. I know there's a bit of a delay here, so I'll wait. I got my 5-second delay on the voice, and then there's gonna be the live delay on the stream too. Well, if no one's got anything else for me, or it may, even if you think of it later, just send me, message on Discord, DM me. You can always comment on my channels, of course. But other than that, I'm gonna wish all you girls, good night, good day, what maybe in between, whatever it is. And I'm gonna just close my eyes and maybe rest. I don't know if I'm gonna fall asleep. I hope so. When I go this off the rails in terms of sleep patterns, it can do some screwy things sometimes. But it's a good thing I don't work today. And I don't work tomorrow. So I'm just gonna take it easy and rest. Might see a movie, I don't know. Then again, with the ticket prices nowadays. All right, well, talk to y'all later.